You know, this revolution is filled with so many ironies, really. First, you tell us that it is manly to keep your word, right? If you are a man, you keep your word. And now all of the black people in this country are demanding, and even the black people in the whole world are demanding, is that you keep your word. You told us we were free. Well, then show us that we're free. You told us that there is justice, equality for all in this country. Well, then stick to your word and let us see the justice and equality for all. Or else admit to us that you're not a man, you're a worm, you're afraid of us, you're afraid to give us equal stand. You're afraid that if you give us equal ground, that we will match you and we will override you.
can kill all the black folks you want to, baby, but you will not kill the freedom of black folks. It's coming. We're going to get it. We fought every one of your damn lousy wars, baby, and you give us nothing. Now, the war is going to be here, but we're going to be free. Now, you kill you want to, but we kill too.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Just trying to let that finish up, making sure it's not looped. And I believe it's not. So that's a good thing. I appreciate anybody that's going to check out this cast. I'm just trying to get some cues going right now to make sure I am audible. So if there's anybody that's in the chat, Frida, if you're in the chat right now listening, let me know you can hear me. I need to know that you can hear me. Once I'm clear that you can actually hear me on screen or through the speaker, Then I'm going to test and make sure that okay, I am good. Now I am going to shush and let me see if you can hear Mr. Magee.
Hi, Frida. Can you hear me?
Actually, Tam answered. So, hey, Tam, how you doing? Appreciate
Tam,
that.
hopefully you can hear me.
I need to know that you're hearing Ken because my mic is off. Are you hearing Ken right now?
This is Ken Magee speaking. Can you hear me loudly and clearly?
Okay. So we're both going to talk and we both want to be flush in your ears. Hey, Ken, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. Good to see you, Shannon.
Okay. And they haven't seen us both. So I think we are good. All right. So we're going to come up. I just want to make sure, because if I was going to have to reset it, I was going to do it really quick. I had it already preset. So we are going to come up. And good evening. Good evening. All right. Let me just make sure, because I hit something. So I'm a little high. Not like high like that. I shouldn't have said that was a bad choice of words with a police in the room, right? But it's legal.
Legal as an ice cream sandwich.
It's legal as an ice cream sandwich. All right.
Is this camera? Okay, we good there on the camera?
You keep moving. You know, I tried to place you. I tried to give
There
you the
you
whole
go.
Magee thing. You're messing up my aesthetics. There you go. So
There you go. There's always room for improvement.
There you
At least
go.
That's what
There
Dawn
you go.
tells me all the time.
Sorry, wrong emoji. Okay. All right. So let me go back. I always like to acknowledge anybody that comes into the stream. So hey, Tam, what's going on? Free, how you doing? The villager on deck. Absolutely. We were messing with the sound. So anybody comes in here now, appreciate that. Sound is good. Trying something new here. I said I was trying something new. So this is what I was talking about. I've actually never done an in studio in this studio. So I'm doing an in studio in this studio, and the equipment's a little bit different, and it was a little janky to me because I was doing the checks by myself. But if you guys say Ken sounds good on his mic and I sound good on my mic, then we are rolling. So I wanted to have this discussion with Ken tonight because running for sheriff, it's a serious thing. And although I have had my differences with the current sheriff and his administration and things like that, I wanted to talk to Ken, and I've already kind of made it my mission to hopefully talk to all three candidates via a debate. I'd love to have a debate, see exactly what's on everybody's mind, have everybody be able to hear each other's responses and keep it professional. Really not political, but we want to keep it professional. And but my first thing was to go with the person that I've been supporting. I have a lot of people who are always like, why do you support him? Why do you support him? Well, tonight I told everybody, make sure if you're going to watch, have your questions ready, because I can tell you why I support him, but what really you need to know is why you would support him. So those who don't know him, I get it. Those who do know him, I appreciate you guys being here, but we want people asking questions tonight. So Donald LaFloria, appreciate you being here. And he said wrong emoji. Don't worry about it. I didn't know which one you meant anyway, so it really wasn't the wrong emoji for me. But we're going to be very direct in what we are talking about tonight, and it is Ken's campaign. So, you know, we are 8 minutes in, 4 minutes with the intro music. I want to get right to it. And I want to know, not for my sake, but for people who don't know you, Kenny, I need them to know who Ken Magee is. And I'm literally going to step to the side, and I want you to be able to tell people who Ken Magee is. That's all I need you to know. Not what you've done, just who you are. So please just give Ken a chance. This is Ken Magee, Washtenaw County Sheriff candidate for 2024. And I want to introduce you to him and have him introduce himself to y'all.
Well, Shannon, I want to talk about who I am, not my credentials, not my experiences, and not my platform at this point in time. Ken Magee. My friends call me Kenny. I was born and raised in Ann Arbor, Michigan, a product of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. I went to Angel, I went to Tappan, and then I went to Huron. Barely got out of high school. Didn't do very well with my grades. I was involved a lot with sports. I was involved in martial arts. I was involved in bicycle racing, football, wrestling, you name it. Loved to run around and just play sports all summer long. I was raised over off of Hill Street when I went to Angel School. My dad was a doctor. He's a brain doctor. He's a very famous doctor, one of the most world famous doctors there ever was in the science of neurology. But the problem with my dad was he also, not only did he love medicine, he loved vodka. And my dad died at a very young age. I learned a lot of lessons from my parents, and one of them was what not to be. So, and what's not to be is a raging alcoholic that destroyed his life and died at a very young age. Then I've got my mother on the other side, my mom, who just died about 4 years ago. Her name was Betty Magee. Some of you out there may know who she was. She was a social justice warrior right here in Ann Arbor in Washtenaw County. She did so many things. She was a strong member of the Democratic Party. She had very progressive views. She helped people an awful lot. She was involved. She was one of the first white members of the board of directors of the NAACP in Ann Arbor, or consultants with them. When Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated, she dragged me out to the Fox Village Theater, watched the special on the movie called King, which formulated a lot of my opinions at a young age. So what happens is you're a young man, you're growing up in Ann Arbor, which is a very interesting community. It's taught me a lot of lessons just living in Ann Arbor. But my mother, social justice warrior, and I learned a lot of things from her. One of the main things I learned from her was compassion. But I also learned how important it was to listen to other people, to accept all cultures, to be involved with as many things as you can as possible. For example, my mom, she worked with the Black Action Movement, BAM, down on the University of Michigan's campus. She worked with ASTA, which is a Hispanic rights organization. I learned a lot of these things. My mother became a social worker. She worked at Milan Federal Prison. She ultimately lost her job because she testified in court, federal court, on behalf of the prisoners. And it was those kind of principles that I learned from her. Ultimately, I entered a very conservative profession, law enforcement. But I took a lot of those compassionate lessons. I took a lot of those progressive lessons and a lot of those lessons that she taught me, and those ones that my dad taught me not to be. And I melded myself into the person I am today. So I'm not just, as Shannon and I have spoke before, I'm not just some old guy, old white guy with a bunch of conservative ideas. I come from Ann Arbor. I've traveled the world involved in law enforcement, and I take all those lessons that I've learned, and I've learned to progress and to learn what society has had in store and what it's going on right now and what's going to happen in the future. And I have my visions as well. So that's who I was as a kid growing up. Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'm an Ann Arbor kid, born and raised, ultimately went off to college, got my bachelor's and master's degree from Michigan State, graduated first in my class, and learned a profession that I really liked. You know,
I'm not holding this party thing against you tonight, so don't worry about it.
But it's interesting because I loved Michigan, and I write books on Michigan football as a hobby, but I went to Michigan State because they had the law enforcement program there. So,
right.
I'm proud of my background. I'm proud of my family, and I'm proud of my accomplishments. And I think that my mentality and the way that I look at situations, and we'll talk about that later on my platform issues and some other things, is something that's right for society. And all of those things that I've learned have taught me one thing, and we're going to get into this later, and that's my philosophy in life and in police work. And that is to have the ability to be an effective leader in today's day and age. You have to have the ability to think outside the badge. Think outside the badge. What do I mean by that? Maintain your traditional values and your training and all that about what you are as a police officer. But as a leader, you have to think outside the badge. You have to borrow from different modalities in society, whether it be advertising institutions, public educational institutions, the financial institutions, advertising, social work, psychology, you name it, all sorts of different modalities that are out there to formulate a more effective response to police work and leadership. So in essence, Shannon, that's who I am. Ken Magee, born and raised right here. And now I'm here and I want to make a difference in my community. I returned back to my community after I retired one time, and now I'm getting back into the game and have a lot to offer.
All right. I mean, that's something that obviously I knew a lot of. And I wanted to make sure that you got your full introduction in there for yourself, because it's always easier for a person to be able to articulate who they are. So my main thing is getting people who have no idea who you are. I know some people have some idea. They might have been around for the previous campaigns. I want to go back a little bit. Because you ran in 16, then you ran in 20, and you're running in 24. Now you ran in 16 and you ran as a Republican, and you've been scathed about that. Then you ran in 20, and that was smack dab in the middle of the pandemic. Well, this time around, there's absolutely no situation that's going to stop you from getting through to the primary. And truthfully, if you win the primary, you're going to win the election. So I want to go back there, starting in 16. What made you all the way to 16, 20, and still in 24? What made you want to run for sheriff? And let's just start there, and then we'll do each year or each campaign year. So what made you originally want to run for sheriff after 33 years of law enforcement?
Mm-hmm.
You literally could have walked away. You put over 33 years in. And I mean, truthfully, you put more years in law enforcement than one of the sheriff candidates has been on this planet. And we'll talk more about that later. But what made you want to run for sheriff after putting 33 years in law enforcement at pretty much every level, and all the way up to an executive level, back in 16?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I ran as a Republican in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
I ran on a local platform.
Mm-hmm.
My whole goal was to bring notice to the opioid epidemic that was killing so many people.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about my upbringing. What I didn't mention, I had 3 brothers. 2 of them are gone now. One of them died of a drug overdose, opioids.
Mm-hmm.
So as a career law enforcement guy who also was used to busting some of the highest level drug dealers on the face of the planet, I also feel an obligation that it's not always about arresting people.
Mm-hmm.
It's about helping those with drug problems. And I've sworn and subscribed to that belief for years. But what I found was that it was very hard for me to break into politics in the Democratic Party because of the stranglehold that the current sheriff had on it. And I entered late as well. And my whole goal at that time was not national politics, wasn't a national platform. When I was in the 4th of July parade, I had a council member from Ann Arbor come up to me and accuse me of supporting the party that caged children at the borders like wild animals.
What?
And I looked at her and I said, I don't subscribe to that theory whatsoever. I am running for office because I'm bringing awareness to our community about the opioid overdose rates, which nobody was talking about. And after I ran, I had so many people from the recovery world come up and tell me, if it wasn't for you, nobody would be listening to us. You put so much out there. Every 1,000 of my 1,000 street signs had the word fighting the heroin epidemic or the opioid epidemic, you name it. That was always part of it. Now, there were obviously other things that I was looking at besides the opioids, but I was looking at what was killing most people in Washtenaw County, and that was opioids at the time, and it still is. And during that time, I made numerous predictions because our county doesn't have many enforcement officers involved in pure narcotics enforcement, which you need to have to stop the flow of opioids to the community. But I spoke about this in public forums. And in one public forum, I was accused of saying, well, I wasn't accused of saying, somebody said to me, Mr. Magee is talking about the opioid problem. Let's face it, folks, because white people are dying. That's why he's talking about it. And I took that as such an insult because that isn't why I was talking about it. It was people were dying. I didn't care what color they were. And I predicted right then and there, and I've told people over and over, it impacts everybody. Drugs have no prejudice. They love black people. They love white people. They love Hispanics. And sure enough, my predictions were correct. And in the last 5 years, over 350 people have died in this county alone. And you know, Shannon, what group is increasing in overdose deaths more than any group, culture-wise, race-wise? And that's African Americans. Their death rate has increased 49%.
You don't say.
And Hispanics have increased 39%.
Y'all better listen up.
So it's not all about black and white issues. It has nothing to do with black and white issues. But back then, that's what I was saying. So I ran as a Republican. In hindsight, do I regret it? Politically, yes. Philosophically, no. And why do I say that? Because I know my words put drugs on the map in this community an awful lot. People talked about it. I'm sure people got grants for it. I'm sure people spoke to their family members about it. It was a buzzword. It was creating a sensation, and people were talking about it, just like they're talking about human trafficking in the movie The Sounds of Freedom that just came out.
Mhm.
And I've spoke about human trafficking in my platform at this point in time now, when it deals with runaways and runaway kids. So politically, it harmed me.
Mhm.
Professionally and personally and philosophically, I know I did the right thing. But there are some people in this community who will look and say, you ran as a Republican? I'm never speaking to you. Or they
Mhm.
turn their back.
Mhm.
And to those people, I say it's a shame that things in your mind are so close that you
Mhm.
can't have a conversation with somebody, that you hold it against them because they did something, and you're not even going to give them a chance to explain why they did what they did, where they did it, and who's benefited from it. So
Right.
even my mother, I talked about my dear sweet mother who
Mhm.
passed away a few years ago.
Mhm.
She even said, why did you run as a Republican? And I explained to her my reasoning. And she's a very strong Democrat. And she said, I just hope people listen to you, because some people are so strong on the right, they don't listen. And some people are so strong on the left, they don't listen. And to those two sides, I might not be able to reach you. And the truth is, I feel sorry for you, because I have a great, great message and a great, great platform. So thank you very much for letting me get this whole situation about running as a Republican out of the way, because at the end of the day, does it really matter if your sheriff is Republican or Democrat? Does it matter if you are in your community and you look at your community as a leader and you see your community is sick, the heart of the community has got a serious problem and needs heart surgery? When you go to the doctors and need heart surgery, you don't say, were you a Republican or a Democrat? And
Mhm.
it's the same thing when a law enforcement leader comes in. He should be able to say, I don't care what party you are, I don't care what race you are, I'm going to help you.
Mhm.
And that's the way I look at things. And I thank you for asking that question, and we could talk about it more. And I will
We're
tell.
going to talk about it more. We see. Here's the thing. This is your night, and
Yeah.
I wanted you to get 2016 out of the way, because we're going to give people an opportunity to hopefully have questions about that. But you answered that about as clearly as someone's going to answer it, and it was at that time political suicide, and it's been political suicide for other people in other communities, other states who have tried to get in the door that way. But what people have to understand is you still garnered 68,000 votes. It wasn't that people weren't listening. You still garnered 68,000 votes. So 68,000 people believed in you. It was just 100,000 people believed in the incumbent and still current Sheriff Jerry Clayton. But running as a Republican, one thing that I do know at this point, because we have this strange situation where other communities have it as well, you have to run a straight ticket on the primary. Well, maybe a lot of conservative people who didn't really have a candidate running voted for you, which shows a lot of activity on the GOP side. But the people who should have been voting for you on the Democratic side didn't give you a chance because you voted as a Republican. And then, of course, they couldn't.
I ran as a Republican.
You ran as a Republican. I'm sorry.
There was a Republican I voted for, and you're looking at him.
So
that's when I ran as a Republican.
Right.
A Republican name only.
Exactly. And most people have known that, but they still want to use that because they are so Democratic. Their vote blue no matter who. I get that. But if you want to make sense of anything, you are actually trying to run a head-to-head campaign with Jerry Clayton and say, what I'm doing here is trying to make sense. And I'm not putting words in your mouth. Stop me if I'm incorrect in any way. And what Jerry Clayton was doing at that point, up to that point, was 8 years in, you were saying he hasn't done what's made sense and we need a change. So the only way to really run a head-to-head competition was to run as a Republican. Do you have conservative views? Probably. But are you a Republican? No. Do I have conservative views? Absolutely. Am I Republican? No. But see, the thing is, if they make you run a straight ticket, You figured out the easiest way to stay on that ticket, bypass the primary. And a lot of people really don't understand that. When somebody just runs to me and says, he ran as a Republican back in 2016. And I'm like, that Donald Trump lived as a Democrat his whole life and ran as a Republican and beat 18 career Republican politicians and won presidency. So it's not such, like it's never happened before and won't ever happen again. What you did, it was political suicide at the time here in the county. So I get that.
And now philosophically, like I say, sure. I'm glad I did it. I stuck to my principles.
Absolutely. See, and that's the problem, not sticking to your principles, which is kind of what got us here now, where our thought process, not just you and I, but many other people in the county think about Jerry Clayton and his administration. It's the lack of a lot of things that people think we needed to do better. When we went left, we should have went right. When we went straight, we should have went backwards, and I'm not saying backwards as a community, but you know what I mean? Forward and reverse type thing. This is what we're here for tonight. So that was 2016. You ran as a Republican in 2016. Now we get to 2020. COVID is here. And I can just lay the groundwork.
Can I very briefly add one thing to your listeners?
Sure.
For those of you who are listening, who still wish to hold it against me that I ran as a Republican, I'd like to ask you if you voted for Hillary Clinton for president. I'd like to ask you if you voted for Debbie Dingell for Congresswoman. And I'd like you to answer if you considered, if you lived in the Massachusetts area, voting for Elizabeth Warren, who was also considering a presidency run. Think of those three very powerful, dynamic women. Mm-hmm. All of them started their careers as card-carrying Republicans, mm-hmm. all three of them. Hillary Clinton went to Wellesley College, same university as my mother, the Democrat. Hillary Clinton ran the Republican Student Advocacy Group on campus. We all know the story about Debbie Dingell and John Dingell. It's a great political romance story and a very wonderful story. And she tells it well, and I like it. And I admire her for telling that story. And then we could look at how Elizabeth Warren changed parties, I would say about 20 years ago. So my point is, for those who want to throw stones, just don't throw them at me. You might want to think about other people who have my philosophies and my mindset. As I said, politically, it was a mistake. But as I've always told Shannon, I'm much more of a professional law enforcement guy than I am a politician. Mm-hmm. So be it.
And we're here at the stage now where politics is really driving this election. It's driven other elections. So if we've got to get into the political mud, so to speak, then we got to get in the political mud. How we sling the mud is really what's going to matter. We've already had a couple comments in here that have said basically they don't care what political views you have. What are you going to do to help the county?
Outstanding question. We'll get into that.
We'll get into it in just a second, but I want to get 2020 out of the way because 2020 was nasty. 2020 was nasty because Jerry Clayton was insulated because of COVID. So it allowed him to bypass a lot of public interaction for possible debates and different things like that. He was able to escape, just like you see a lot of politicians when the cameras and the mics are right in front of them and they're trying to shuffle to get out of boardrooms and things like that. Jerry Clayton did that the whole campaign trail. And he knew he really wasn't going to be obligated to do anything because people were basically disengaging from you from 2016. So he lived partly because of that. Then he lived partly because of COVID. And then also he was half absentee because he was dealing with the Cardinal Group. And we'll talk more about that stuff down the line. But tell me, 2020 comes in because you're crazy now. You committed political suicide in 2016. What made you jump back in and run in 2020? Now you're running as a Democrat. So what made you run again after you had ran and been scathed about running as a Republican, as a Democrat in 2020?
Some of the same principles that I ran in 2016. However, there was even more that I learned much more about some of the things, the accountability and transparency at the Sheriff's Department. We will talk about that later. Mm-hmm. I think their accountability and transparency is abysmal. I think it's horrible. And there are a lot of people that would agree with me. I'm not talking about the deputies on the street that works their tail off every single day, that really don't get a lot of support from the upper administration. I'm not talking about them.
Right.
I'm talking about the administration and the Freedom of Information Acts and things of that nature. So I really, really begrudge the sheriff's department and the leadership and the administration there for the way they handle their own accountability and transparency from the ground level all the way to the very top office within the sheriff's department.
Mhm.
Again, my opponent now is not Jerry Clayton.
Absolutely.
However, I do not respect a lot of the things that Jerry Clayton did. I
Mhm.
don't respect some of the ways that he led the organization. I don't respect some of the ways that he treated certain members of the public. I don't respect the way that he treated the office of the sheriff. He was not present. He
Mhm.
may say he was, but he wasn't. And you've talked ad nauseum before about the Cardinal Group, if you touch on it tonight for new listeners. But all of this stuff is documented. But the one problem, besides everything you've talked about dealing with COVID, there were two problems. Number one is some of those individuals were still very anti-Ken Magee because I ran as a Republican.
Mhm.
A lot of those people have changed their mind, though. They've listened to me and they understand this guy really cares about his community.
Mhm.
He loves his community, and I really do. And this guy took his career, this dynamic conservative career, and intertwined the progressive values of his mother and has created a very dynamic platform. Not to mention the fact that what I've done in my career, the experiences that I've had, you've talked about some, we can talk about some of them later on.
Mhm.
But so there was that one component, that just a lack of respect that I had for a lot of those things. And some of those people who have flipped and say, no, I respect Ken now. I understand it. But even back then, for example, the head of the Washtenaw County Democratic Party wouldn't give me the time of day, wouldn't even allow me to have a debate with Jerry Clayton, which is so.
How is that? So if you're simply requesting a debate, how can they deny that? Isn't that showing a level of nepotism?
I don't totally know how they can deny it, but the leader of the organization at the time decided he would deny it. And I asked several times, and finally he responded by saying, we don't have an appetite for a Republican posing as a Democrat.
So
very condescending words. I will add one last thing. The people on those panels making some of those decisions were people that worked for Jerry Clayton. And so I had a problem with that too. Again, it's all about accountability and transparency. When I win this election, when I am sheriff, there will be no one within the sheriff's department that works for me that will be allowed to work on my campaign. Not one iota.
I thought that's actually a prerequisite with this current administration, because I've seen Derek Jackson, I've seen Kathy Wyatt.
You're saying it's a prerequisite that they do help on his campaign.
I thought that
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I guess you're being tongue in cheek there by saying it's a prerequisite. I got you. But my point is, my secretary will not even be allowed to have a sign of mine in her yard when it comes up for reelection. I don't want that.
Sure.
I don't want that. I want to be totally transparent and accountable. Now, I will say this. There's been a change of the guard at the Washtenaw County Democratic Party, and I've had conversations with the leadership with the local party. They're much more susceptible this time, and I'm looking forward to good things, and I'm looking forward to fairness. So those were some of the things we missed out when you talked about the COVID year.
Mm-hmm.
And let's face it, the media in this community is about non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
They do not report very much on MLive. MLive's not even based in Ann Arbor.
Absolutely.
It's mind-boggling to see what happens. So any of the things that you see, whether it be the background and the background of the sheriff that's going to retire, if you see some of the things that where he's made millions of dollars on the side, and some of the other things that transpired, and some of the things that are going on right now with the current sheriff candidate that I'm running against, Mr. Jackson, they're not being reported in mainstream media. Thank God we have a local independent online newspaper called the
Ann Arbor Independent,
the A2 Independent, that does investigative journalism, that does research on some of these things.
Sure.
Because that's the only way the word's getting out.
Right.
So the COVID year, nobody's reporting, MLive not. People aren't listening. People aren't accepting. And it really grinded me at the time, because some of the things, and I make my contributions to the Democratic Party every month. I'm not sure how many of the people that were condemning me do, but I do. And I've got the credit card receipts to show it, and everything will be on when I'm transparent, all my tax returns and everything else will be available to the public. I have no problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was getting to is that when you take a look at all of those things, it was very disheartening at the time. But I plugged away. Why? More people were dying. There was less accountability, less transparency. Crime continues to rise and skyrocket. And I look at these things and just say, there's got to be a better way,
Mm-hmm.
a much better way. For me, it's not about the power of a political office. For me, it's the power of being able to help people,
Mm-hmm.
and the feeling that you have when you go home at night after a hard day's work and you look at all the people that you empowered to go out there and do a fine job and help people out and lead them to victory. And what do I mean by victory? And that is creating a society that is safe
Mm-hmm.
and sound and people feel comfortable. I ask you out there, and some of you are writing comments. You live in Ypsilanti, some of you, I see. Do you feel safe? Do you? I'm not asking you, Shannon.
Yeah.
I'm asking the folks out there.
Yeah.
So those were the kind of questions I wanted to ask in 2000.
Sure.
So we can
2020,
bypass
2020.
Yes. We can bypass 2020 now. I think I've answered most of that, unless you've got more you want to add to it. But it was
you came back after 16.
The perfect storm of just sadness. And guess what? The worst thing about that is not only did COVID kill so many people, Americans and citizens throughout the world, because of a lot of lack of effectiveness in regards to law enforcement in this area, leadership, not the guys on the street, leadership, people died because of it. I'll leave it at that for now.
Mm-hmm. So 2020 to me, I felt like it was a loss just because there was no opportunity. I mean, it was really, for people who understand sports or know sports, it was really how like the Boston Celtics or North Carolina would, get a lead back in the day in basketball, and they would play four corners and they just played keep away. And I felt like Jerry Clayton played keep away by staying away and keeping a low profile. And when he did pop his head out, it was to do pretty much the same symbolic stuff that he had done over the last several years. I've often talked about not being around really the early part of his tenure because I was still living out of the county and I wasn't seen as much politically as I was where I was staying in Wayne County. But when I moved back and everybody, seemed to be really in tune with having a black sheriff, much like they had been in tune with, and I'm speaking specifically black people. They were really in tune with having a black sheriff as they had been in tune with having a black president. But then after 8 years of Barack Obama, I saw what he did and what he didn't do. Then I was basically, okay, I'm going to hold him accountable for what he didn't do. But now we got to hold this sheriff accountable for what he's not doing. And if he's done good things, let's see him. If he hasn't done good things, let's talk about that, and make sure those things don't continue to happen. So in 2020, he was able to evade all of the stuff up until that point of what had happened those previous 11 years or so. And he ends up beating you. He goes through, and now we're here in 2024. And I don't see anything in your path because not only is he not running again, but he's got someone that they've kind of put in play in Derek Jackson. And I know a lot of people look at that as like he's already on the inside and he's got the inside track and he's got this and he's got that. Well, I've been able to pick Derek Jackson apart like a collard green for months, maybe years now, because I talked about him even when I talked about Jerry in 2020. And then you have another candidate who was a former employee of Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, Alicia Dyer. And we're going to get to those two people, soon. But now we're in 2024. And I want to start going to some of the questions, some of the comments, so we can lead into the next question. I told you I wasn't going to keep this formatted. It's going to be very loose. And one of the things that, just scrolling back up, I saw, and Tam has been active. So I'm going to pay definitely attention to Tam with her comments. So I don't care what party you run with. I want to know what you're going to do for positive change in the community. That was one comment.
And that's getting into the platform. And you've got we're part of this for this interview that we'll get to Tam's question on the platform.
I want to catch up with some of the commentary. Sure. Ypsilanti is dealing with the impact from the crack epidemic, the war on drugs, and results in arrests in prison and families and destroyed, not the empathy given to those addicted to opiates, not the empathy given to those addicted to opiates. Now, see, the thing is, people don't understand crack and heroin is that as well. It was just a different vehicle. It was just, and I understand how people that were addicted to heroin and crack were treated, and those drugs are still being consumed now. But when it flipped over and the other communities start to be directly affected with the opiate use, this is when you've seen a lot of, and it is Democratic politicians really jumping on the whole opiate epidemic and this, that, and the other. This is what people think you are doing. And I've heard it. I've had these discussions. They think you're on this because it's affecting white people. Now, some people even have heard recently, you've been public on this, that you've lost a sibling to the opiate game. I get it. But where people need to understand, this is not the sole reason that you're running for sheriff, because it's hit close to home and this, that, and the other. So we want to clear those things up. But the question coming in where Tam was, this is June Holly. So how will you build trust?
Who asked the question about the crack cocaine and all that? So I want to.
This is June Holly right here.
That's June. Okay.
Yeah. So that was just her statement.
And for your readers, I can't see the questions. He's just reading.
Your chat room. Your chat isn't on.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the lens is a little small.
I got you. Okay. So this is what happens when you got
I'm good.
When you got an old guy. You don't even have your glasses.
I want to give.
You don't even have
you
your
and the questions and not read. And
I'm not much to focus on. I wish you had your glasses. But what we're going to do is we're going to blow these things up. Here, can you see this if I do this? Can you see that?
No, but you just keep on going.
Okay.
I want to keep
get
to June.
We'll make sure I got a magnifying glass for you next time when you come over. I got you. So how will you build trust in a city that was victimized by the war on drugs, the police, and the legal system? Now, you've got two tie-ins. You've got Tam and you've got June that are asking about positive change in community. Let me see if we got anything else on there. Much respect to Dr. Cynthia. Much respect to Brian Petrosky. Much respect to Riri Brown. JT, hey, anybody sits in this studio, they got to be brave. Hey, Dawn, how you doing? You got your wife tuning in right now. She's boosting up the room. Appreciate you, Dawn. And Sister Shanna, how you doing? And now we've got Jaybird says, I don't feel safe for the youth. These are three people in the community. June, Jaybird, Tam. And they were speaking specifically right now in Ypsi Township area. I know these people, they live in this particular area. Coming in right now, what are you focusing on most? Because they're hearing opiate use. So what are you focusing on most and I'm not talking about strategy, but you see this county, you know where we're at right now, 16 murders for the year, 8 in the last 24 days. We only had 11 reported last year and 14 the year before, and all those bodies weren't ours. It was just because our medical examiner did the autopsy, so they dropped some of those numbers on us. But right now we're at 16. We're on schedule for 32, and that would actually be more than the last 2 years combined. What are you planning to do to come in to start to slow that up?
Well, let me briefly talk about a conversation I had with my wife at dinner tonight. And she said, don't focus totally on the opioid epidemic, but that has the biggest impact on lives. Mm-hmm. And I said, you're exactly correct. With 350 people dying and African Americans increasing 49%, to part of my listeners tonight, that is a huge problem. But my wife is absolutely correct, because there is more than just the opioid epidemics. My platform issues basically deal with violence, as did Shannon just dictated all those numbers. The opioid epidemic, accountability and transparency, traffic enforcement versus traffic education, as well as helping our young people out there. And that helping the young people means runaways, and it means a lot of other things as to keep them from becoming victims of human trafficking, as well as the human drug trade. And what do I mean by that? Trading drugs for sex, as well as getting people addicted. So it all relates back. Now, which one's a priority? They're all priorities.
Okay.
When somebody says, what's your number one priority? I can have 5 priorities because I work 16 hours a day, and I will demand excellence from my troops and from the people that work for me and with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I would expect that the public would demand the exact same thing from me.
Mm-hmm.
So what are my priorities? All of those are my priorities.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have a specific reason. And several of them tie into one another.
Mm-hmm.
For example, violence. You're not going to tell me that drugs don't relate to violence.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of situations, they do. Gang activity fueled by drugs and guns. That's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's out there. And anybody who says any differently, I'm sorry. Drugs and guns fuel gang violence.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the other nuances, such as this is my turf, this is your territory, this is my woman, this is my sign, this is my signal, you name it. There's all sorts of nuances when it comes to the gang mentality.
Mm-hmm.
But those are basically my 5 platform issues.
Mm-hmm.
And Tam and June captured the essence of one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So we're back to the opioids,
Mm-hmm.
and we're back to the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'd like to briefly speak about that platform.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
First off, if you study my background, my experiences, all we talked about when I was a kid in Ann Arbor and my mom and my teachings, Shannon never touched, except for to say 33 years in law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Very briefly, I've arrested an FBI top 10 fugitive. If you've watched the TV show Narcos, I was on the small elite team that helped take down and kill the world's #1 drug lord, Pablo
Mm-hmm.
Escobar. I've captured a guy that kidnapped and shot 2 federal agents in the head. I'd have a police officer die in my arms. I was next to the bomb in Atlanta at the Olympics when it blew up. I eventually testified against the Olympic Park terrorist bomber, Eric Rudolph. The list goes on and on. I've arrested a guy that found him who murdered 33 people. And all of these people, all these investigations that I've done bring with me the experience that I've seen the violence, I've seen the devastation, I've seen the destruction, and I can bring that forward to become successful here because everything I've done in law enforcement, I've been successful on. And there's no reason why I'm going to change that when I become the next sheriff. So let's get to June and Tam's point.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about the crack cocaine epidemic and how it was targeting Black people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to argue with that. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And the laws that were placed were extremely volatile laws that one would use the word draconian. I don't believe that those laws were accurate and correct at the time. I don't think that was right because it did target organizations and minorities that lived in the inner cities where crack cocaine became one of the cesspool drugs that these people were addicted to.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not going to argue with it. I totally agree with you. And I'm really glad to see that a lot of those things have changed, some of those laws. But when I talk about the opioid epidemic, we're really talking about drugs in general,
Mm-hmm.
Hardcore illicit drugs. I'm not talking about marijuana. I'm not talking about alcohol. I'm talking about the methamphetamines and the cocaines and the opioids and the heroines and the barbiturates. I'm talking about the street drug dealers. I'm talking about the drug cartel dealers. And I'm talking about the pharmaceutical dealers. I'm talking about all those people. But how do I look at things? And that is this. In my 33 years, I realized that there are different ways to do things. Number one, we're not going to arrest our way out of the situation. We're not going to be able to arrest a bunch of guys on a street corner that have a substance use disorder. And for those of you who don't know, that is the new term for addiction, substance use disorders. So whether addicted to crack or heroin or meth.
So now they sick. Now they sick in 2023. But in 1983, 1993, and 2003, nobody was sick. They were addicts.
Exactly. Well, and it's the stigmatization that comes along with it. And you'll hear my philosophy here in a second.
Sure.
And my platform piece. So I look at those people as sick individuals that have an illness. If I was using heroin and I went to Detroit and scored 3 grams of heroin and came back and split 2 grams with my buddies, and they gave me whatever, $40 a piece because of the cut, I'm not a drug dealer. By law, I just sold drugs. By law, it's a felony, all that stuff. But that's not who I'm looking at. These people are sick. I say punish the drug dealer, the hardcore dealer, the people that are moving the ounces, the pounds, and the kilograms of cocaine, meth, fentanyl. Do you realize, folks out there, that when it comes to fentanyl, how much fentanyl can kill you? And to put it in perspective, so you don't need a chemistry degree, which I don't have, 4 grains of salt is the same size of 4 grains of fentanyl. 4 grains of salt of the same size of fentanyl will kill you.
Regular table
Little
salt?
tiny grains of table salt. Those 4 grains is the same amount of fentanyl that will kill you. And that has killed over 110,000 people in this country so far. So let's get back to my point. So we're not going to rush our way out of the situation. I have created an acronym, and I really want you to listen to this, Tam and June and others. The acronym is called PETER. It stands for Prevention, Enforcement, Treatment, Education, and Recovery. Very briefly, prevention, to prevent people from ever using drugs in the first place. That's the goal, if we could do that. And when we do that, we're going to focus on prevention. And that means working with our youth, whether it be after school activities, and it deals with so many different things, but prevention is the key. Then there's enforcement, because there are people that will try and prey on our kids that want to sell drugs, big time drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
There's cartels. There's gangs moving all sorts of drugs. They're out there. You need enforcement. You need to lock up drug dealers. But remember, I told you, that guy in the street corner that's got a heroin problem, he's not a drug dealer.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about that in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Prevention, enforcement, PE. Now we get to T, and that's treatment. For those individuals that ended up on the street corner, we need to get them treatment. And I have plans for that as well. For example, when I'm sheriff, I'm going to take half the jail and I'm going to turn it into a recovery unit. And how am I going to do that? Where am I going to get the funding? Currently, the sheriff has numerous employees well over the $100,000 salary range that insulate him.
At the county?
At the county. I want to eliminate several of those positions, hire substance abuse addiction specialists to work in a special part of the jail that I'm turning into a 24/7 recovery unit. So we're treating people. Remember, we're not going to arrest our way out of the situation, but arresting bad guys has got to be part of it. You got to hold drug dealers accountable. So we've gone prevention, enforcement, treatment. And then there's E, and that's education. And you know what? That's what we're doing right now. We're talking about it. We're educating you, Shannon. Your listeners will maybe educate me and tell me something that I might learn later on tonight in the interview, or call me afterwards and tell me. But education, it's letting our commissioners know. It's letting our elected officials at the state level know and the federal level know. It's talking about it, not putting 350 lives in the last 5 years of this county on the back burner and never speaking about it. I don't hear any of my opponents talking about drug deaths. I don't hear it at all. And there's a lot of it. So, prevention, enforcement, treatment, education. And the fifth one is R, and that stands for recovery. And that is to make sure that people understand that, and this is part of the education, that recovery is a lifelong process for some, and it's a 3-month process for others. So we need to make sure employers and educators and people in government and people that are in schools, you name it, understand that recovery is different from everybody. And that's how we get from beginning to end: prevention, enforcement, treatment, education, and recovery. PETER. And that's the acronym. And you're talking to a guy, you're listening to a guy. My mom told me to be humble, but I've investigated the worst criminals on the face of the planet. And they all needed to go to jail. But I also have seen so many people, not just my brother. It's not a crusade for my brother. It's a crusade that I believe in because I want to see the world live and be in a much better place without these people dying. Peter, prevention, enforcement, treatment, education, and recovery. In June, I hope I've answered your question. And Tim, I hope you've answered your question. If not, type away.
We got a lot more to go. So don't just time to that. We're 55 minutes in, and I appreciate the response there, and I appreciate the acronym there. But my main thing is, okay, so we've got Peter. We've got.
May I add one thing? And I believe the sheriff should be leading the charge for that. That's my point. The highly elected official leading the charge to say who's working with prevention, who's organizing. We have a summit once a year in this county called the Heroin Initiative Summit or something. And once a month with me, it'll be once a week we're getting briefings. And every day somebody should be doing something. We shouldn't meet every 12 months to talk about 80 some people dying every year in our county. We should be talking about it daily. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I mean, people need to understand you talk more than I do. So, and that's hard. So I'm letting you cook because this is so important to me right now to have you get out here and be able to talk to people. So I'm going to shut down every time because I want to make sure your points are across. Now we've got Peter. And the R is recovery. But there are going to be some situations where crimes are committed and the recovery also has to be a part of rehabilitation. And we've heard rehabilitation with the penal system for years, for years, where we've seen people go inside and they come out and they're worse than they were when they went inside. They're not only still a junkie, but now they've been taught how to be a better criminal inside the jail than they ever were outside the jail.
Absolutely.
Now they think they can beat the system. So not only with recovery, but we need rehabilitation. And we get to another R, and I'm not jumping the shark because we're going to come back. This is just going to be a topic that we're going to go back to. Rehabilitation after recovery, resources. You touched on that and where you want to do part of the jail and things like that. Mm-hmm. Now, there's also been a lack of, well, it's non-existent now. We've lost all of our mental health institutions. You know, a lot of these things have to do with mental health. A lot of these things, I mean, as far as drug treatment centers and different things like that, are all directly tied a lot of times to mental health facilities. We've lost a lot of that. And I've not heard publicly, if somebody's got it, send me a link. But I've not heard publicly this administration over the last 15 years go hard about Washtenaw County getting mental health facilities back in here or being at least on top of it to where they're getting people out. Hell, I know people recently that have called the community health service and they were put on hold. They were diverted to other divisions outside of the county. And then when they gave them some symptoms, and this is not to make a mockery of anybody that's going through anything.
They went undercover.
But they went undercover and they gave them some symptoms and they said, there's no way we can get you back in. Now you got a person that's potentially suicidal in Washtenaw County. You put them on hold. You've directed them somewhere else. And now they're telling you that they're barely hanging on and you give them a date. How are we going to get around that? Because that person, if they don't go out and kill themselves or kill someone else, if they've got issues with drugs, alcohol, or whatever, they're going to jump back into that bag. And then eventually they might kill someone else, kill themselves, or whatever. So how do we get to that point? Because right now, Washtenaw County community mental health is in horrible shape. That has something to do with the sheriff's department too.
Well, you asked a question. And when it comes to mental health, with Peter, mental health is also involved in prevention. It's obviously involved in treatment, and it's obviously involved in recovery because there's co-diagnoses that people have with substance use disorders as well as mental illness. And some people self-medicate and do things of that nature. You touched on something at the very end there, and that is the county passed a millage a handful of years ago and raised millions and millions of dollars for mental health. And if you take a look at the way that program has been administrated, if you take a look at the articles and the people that you're talking about, Pat Lesko wrote an article, I believe, on some of that, or about the mental health dollars and how it was abused. When you take a look at the $400,000 on some billboard, refrigerator magnet, and door hanger campaign to market people within community health. When you see someone's picture, such as Derek Jackson's or somebody else, on a huge billboard that takes up 60% of the billboard, but the phone number to call mental health is smaller, maybe 8% of the billboard, we have a problem there. And that is, they're not taking the mental health millage seriously and the money seriously. They're utilizing the money for their own personal gain.
Why is Derek Jackson on a community mental health billboard anyway?
Well, that's a great question. I was wondering that the first time I drove down 94.
And why is he on buses that when I pull up to a stoplight, he's on the side of a bus? What's going? And I don't care about the war chest that I know he has at his disposal by being an underling of Jerry Clayton. We're not here for that right now. But why is Derek Jackson on the billboards, and why is he on sides of buses? And it's directly connected to community mental health because he works for the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. He doesn't work for Washtenaw County Community Health.
I believe he's one of the board members of Washtenaw Community Health. I don't know exactly. But
so he becomes the poster child, coincidentally, at the same time that he's running for sheriff? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, apparently so. And I find it very disturbing because some of the research showed that it was approximately $400,000 that paid for that advertising campaign.
What?
That's approximately the numbers. If I'm wrong, somebody please correct me out there. And if I'm close, so be it. But it's approximately $400,000 on this advertising campaign where they say to the people, thank you for supporting community health and passing the millage. And they used all that money to create this thank you campaign. At the exact same time, all these people's mugshots were placed on there. I use the mugshots tongue in cheek, but their headshots or profiles. And Derek Jackson, just as he seemed to be on an awful lot of them in the newspapers throughout the county, newspaper ads, all thanking people for passing the millage. First off, let's see people that have been helped. Maybe their mug shots, maybe their pictures, maybe their profiles, maybe their headshots.
Where's my success stories at? I want to see my success stories.
But additionally, had that telephone number be 3/4 of the billboard so somebody could see it very quickly, or one of those cue patterns or whatever, where people could take a picture of it and then scan in, and all of a sudden it takes you to the community mental health website, where a photograph of that would work a lot better. Where what are they called? The Q scans?
QR codes.
So you got the QR codes. Maybe do that. But they hired a private, my understanding is they hired a private consulting company an advertising company to put on that campaign. $400,000 would give me 3 to 5 full-time addiction specialists to help people in recovery in what I want to take to jail and turn part of it into a substance abuse recovery unit for those with this disorder that are there doing their time because the judge sentenced them to time, instead of just having them, do they have some programs at the jail right now? They've got a handful of them, but you know what? They're not intense. They're just, people are passing their time. They're passing their time. We need to really get into an intense recovery program, and we can do that. But let's take that $400,000, get 4, 5, 6 addiction specialists and get them in there helping the people. So those are the kind of things that I say, think outside the badge about. I'm not just thinking about locking people up. I'm thinking of the exact opposite. I don't want them locked up. I want them to get help so they can become productive members of society. I want them to become not just rehabilitated, but recovered. And there's a huge difference. But I want both. And I can do both. But when I see the waste of government dollars, when I see the self-promotion for those in charge, it sickens me because I know exactly why they're doing it. Name recognition, and to put their faces on billboards.
Sure.
When we got people killing themselves, calling hotlines, they can't get help.
Sure.
You name it. It's ridiculous.
Sure. I get it. So here's Tam again. You might want to get the drugs out of the jail before you try to make it partially a recovery center. And here's the thing. I'm learning so much over these last few years. So people that I know that have been in jail, I did a long 6-day stretch back in 1991. And my claim to fame during my stretch was I had 2 tickets to the catch game in my back pocket when I got arrested. And I tried to get them to Tony Woodford, who was a former football player who was a CO back then.
You're talking about the Desmond Howard catch?
Yes.
Okay.
I was working at Campus Inn, And as usual, people would give me tickets, but I had 2 tickets to the catch game. I got arrested because I had a probation violation. I was supposed to report on Wednesday. They put the warrant out on me on Thursday. I got picked up Friday. Bam. Whatever. Gordon Martin was an asshole. May you rest in hell, Gordon. So I missed that game. But people that I know that have done real jail stretches, because I'm no supreme felon. I've not done years and decades and things like that. I'm no supreme felon. I'm a less than supreme felon. Much less. You know, I wear orange, I wear black, I don't wear San Francisco, but okay, let's see that task. I've heard of people getting drugs just as easily inside of WCSO or inside the Washtenaw County Jail. I don't know if they can get them inside the office or not, but inside the jail, just as easily they can get them outside the street. Tam brings up the point. You might want to get the drugs out of the jail before turning it into a recovery center, because she knows people that have been inside.
And Tam's point is very well taken. Let me take it from there.
Please.
Tam's point is very well taken. And first off, I am sure there's protocol there. I'm sure there's policies and procedures to try and prevent that. If drugs are being smuggled in by corrupt deputies, believe me, I'll have their ass. I'll have them fired and I'll have them prosecuted, because the day that the cops go bad is when all of civilization fails. And I can tell you that. Again, remember, I've arrested FBI top 10 fugitive who was a corrupt cop. He was stealing drugs from drug dealers and killing them. I know what it's like to take bad cops off the street. I am hoping that it's an anomaly and there aren't that many, but I don't have the statistical data as to what's going on within the jail. Why? Accountability and transparency. It's almost non-existent. Tam, try calling the sheriff's department and ask them how many drugs have they seized going into the jail, and see how long it takes you to get a response. You're not going to get one, so don't waste your time. My point is this. Holding those individuals accountable, number one, taking a look at the policies and procedures, testing the policies and procedures. You know, there's like when you go to the TSA screening checks every now and then, there's guys that go through TSA that have fake bombs in their bags and they have fake guns in their briefcases, et cetera, because they're undercover TSA guys checking the people that are working there to make sure they're doing their job, which is awesome, because that's what you want when you're getting ready to jump on an airplane, to make sure that they're doing their job so you don't blow up in midair like airplanes that I've seen destroyed by terrorism in my career. And yes, I have seen it and I've been on site. I know what it's like. So that's number one. Number two is people smuggling drugs in. Policies and procedures have to be implemented, and make sure that I am sure they've got some sort of policies and procedures in place, but how well they're enforced, I don't have an idea. But you know what, Tam? When I'm elected sheriff, I can tell you this, you can call me the first day in office and say, remember me from this interview? What are you going to do about it? And if you have any insight, I'd love to hear what it is. So she's right. You can't have a recovery unit with drugs in it. You know, you can't do that. She's exactly correct. So I hope I've answered your question, Tam, and we can move on.
So my thing is this. You will bring the justice to those deputies, those employees, because I don't want to just put it on the deputies or the COs, the turnkeys, whatever you want to call the people bringing the drugs in. It could be people in administration.
Absolutely.
It could be a lot of people. Okay. But I think it's a lackadaisical effort to keep things under control. And that all starts at the top. If the person at the top is flimsy, then the foundation is going to be flimsy. Also, the person at the top, if he's got all the people that are boots on the ground, that term gets used a lot nowadays, boots on the ground, no days off. If those people are working with the sheriff, then they also know that there's going to be less repercussions, you know, or let's say I am bringing my stuff in and I've watched just too much stuff. I've watched too much Oz and all these different prison things. When they come in to work and they got to put their duffel bag in, I don't know if they have to scan their bag to make sure they don't have any illegals, this, that, and the other. If that person has the illegal stuff, the person checking the bag has to be complicit with them to let it go through. Let's just say that,
or lackadaisical,
yeah, because you just, you and Jim, you guys bowl together, or you guys, play rec.
Or the person smuggling was very creative, and that happens too.
Sure.
Where it's the guys The men and women that are the CEOs are trying their hardest to do a good job.
Okay.
But sometimes people are just creative.
Very creative, very crafty, things like that.
It could be attorneys as well. Let's not forget that. I've seen so many things. I have seen cocaine, taking raw cocaine and turn it into sheets of paper. So it looks like the paper is paper, but it's cocaine. I've seen briefcases made out of cocaine where you add 2 chemicals, the briefcase dissolved, and it becomes 2 kilograms of cocaine. I've seen it. There's a lot of creativity out there, ranging from people hiding cocaine in the lens of their glasses, in the legs of the glasses, where they take their glasses off and just go like that on the table, and boom, there it is. So there's a lot of creativity. Let's not place blame on anyone.
Sure.
Let's just say that if there is a problem, we've got to address it. And how do you address it? You do a complete overhaul. You look at policy procedures, and you make sure that people are up on their training, and you hold people accountable.
Okay.
And you hold yourself as the leader accountable. I hope we've answered your question, Tim.
So you make these things sound really, really simple. And I know that that's because you are a pretty practical person. Overhaul. I keep hearing overhaul and having to do this and do that. A lot of that means that the people that have worked for years and that have done the same way and lived the same way have been under this administration. That means you'd be having to oust a lot of people.
Either oust or change the culture completely and just say, this is the way it's going to be now.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that things are lackadaisical. I'm not saying the men and women that work the streets or within the jail are lackadaisical.
Okay.
I'm saying they're fearful. They're fearful of retaliation for doing certain
I've talked
things.
to people that say that they can't support you, or they feel anxious about supporting you because of retaliatory measures that could possibly be taken from Jerry Clayton's administration, or even fearing now Derek Jackson. I don't know how anybody fears Derek Jackson, but I get it because he has the power. He's been in these communities for years and years and years, and he's developed the rank. It ain't like he's a gangster out here. It ain't like he's got real street cred out here. I mean, I understand he forms, deputized, policing units for neighborhoods and shit like that. But, he's the Don Corleone of supreme felons, but that's all I'm going to give him. Because as far as being out here in the street, he's never been that. He's been through the police academy. He's done all that craziness just to get to where he's at. But running this county means things would have to change. And I don't see things changing with him just moving his stuff upstairs, or maybe he's already upstairs to the sheriff's office and using the same tactics that he's been taught. How can he do something different than what he's been taught? He doesn't know anything else.
Well, you're exactly correct. And you are not the only person that has heard about the retaliatory nature. I spoke to deputies. I've spoke to administrative support. I've talked to other people who have begged me not to use their name once they tell me what they're going to tell me.
Sure.
And I have promised them I wouldn't. But the bottom line is it's very retaliatory there. It's very closed-mouthed as well. People are ordered not to talk about certain things. And if they do, they're going to be demoted. They're going to be transferred. They're going to be fired. Who knows what it could be.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, it's a retaliatory culture there. It's very difficult for people to come forward with problems that they have. Number one. Number two is you just talked about Derek Jackson. What is he going to do? That's a great question, because I really haven't seen much of his platform, with the exception of the supreme felons. What I will say, and we'll talk about this a little bit more later.
Sure.
What I do know about Derek Jackson, he's extremely underqualified.
Okay.
For this job.
And we want to get to that, because I want to get to
exactly
your opponents in a few minutes.
But if you take the retaliatory nature, if you follow the strategy, if you stay with, if Derek Jackson continues to be exactly the way the current sheriff has been, there's a retaliatory nature within the department for bringing things up. There are favorites, there are golden childs and things like that. Everybody should be treated fairly within, just as you're supposed to treat everybody fairly on the outside. There's that. And then there's the lack of accountability, lack of transparency. You will just follow the same mold all the way through with a few nuances.
Sure. You have no choice but to do what you know. This is what we're taught as children. I mean, we live as kids, we learn things, and where we may learn something else and we stop doing that one thing. But if you've never been down another road, you're going to just stay on the path that you've always been. So I definitely don't blame Derek Jackson for doing what he does. He does what he knows. He does what he's been taught. And his mentor, Jerry Clayton, was definitely the person that put him in play. I mean, I'm not going to go for the stretch. We've got other conversations that we can have.
We do, but I'm going to interrupt you one time.
Absolutely.
And then I do blame him. I blame him for a lot because he's a grown man. He portrays himself as a leader. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Okay.
He knows exactly what he's doing. So you can't cut him any slack. If you want to sit in that chair, you better be able to take the heat. And when you sit there in that chair and you preach some of the things he's been talking about that makes people's heads spin, where we'll talk more about him, but he's the one that would approve his picture on billboards for $400,000 of county millage mental health money.
I just want to know what his thought process was when that came up. He had to approve that, Ken.
Well, that's my point. He is responsible for his own actions. There are other actions that we are not even going to discuss tonight that will come out, I'm sure, sometime during the campaign. There are other things as well. But again, he has serious issues and is seriously underqualified. What I want to focus on is not on Derek Jackson. I want to focus on why I am so qualified, why my experiences that have been impeccable and have made change over the years and so many great things I've been able to accomplish, why I bring those to the table to make change here.
So before we go to another one of your key points, I want to answer some questions and really their statements. So we're all caught up pretty much. And we have William Farah, who says the jail is massively understaffed. Now, you've dealt with units, I'm sure, that were understaffed and they're not as effective. If you're talking about a jail, how can you be effective if you don't have enough bodies in play?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me get to Bill's question right now, real quick.
Please.
Short and sweet, Bill.
Please. You know Bill? You know William
No,
Farah?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know Bill.
And I called you William. He called you Bill. So you guys like...
I apologize.
Okay.
I know a guy named Bill Farah, F-A-R-A-H. And again, I can't read the screen.
And that might be... I think that's Bill.
But yeah. let me put it this way.
Go ahead.
It's severely understaffed for a handful of reasons. Number one is they can't keep people. Why can't they keep people? The sheriff's office says, oh, people don't want to work anymore and law enforcement, this and that, this and that. No, that's not true. They can't keep people because the word is out that it's a horrible place to work with the type of retaliatory leadership. That's a fact. That's number one. Number two is poor planning. You know, as a leader, who's retiring today, tomorrow, 2 years, 5 years, 8 years. When I become sheriff, I'm not only going to be planning on things that are going on that day, but I'm going to say, where will we be in 6 years? What's our labor power? How many men and women will we have that have retired by then? For lack of a better term, I'm just going to use manpower, okay? Not gender specific, just manpower. How much manpower will we actually have? Who's leaving? Who's coming? And you have to plan. You can't just all of a sudden wake up one day and just say, oh my God, we're down 14 people. And the third thing about this, and his point is so valid, it's so dangerous when you're understaffed. They had a corrections officer that was beat to a pulp that will suffer some sort of brain damage for the rest of his life and a lot of trauma. It happened a few years ago. Staffing shortages had a lot to do with it. About, I forget, 5 or 6, maybe 7 years ago, a deputy or a corrections officer was working a double shift and he'd been called in several times. He fell asleep at the wheel and he died in a car crash on the way home. I blame those problems on administration for lack of forethought and planning. Succession planning is huge. You just don't want to walk in and then just say, I'm here for 4 years, or 8 years or whatever, and then leave. It's like a football coach. He wants his teams to be well. He wants to recruit good players for the next coach, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Sure. And that's the situation happening in jail. You have an excellent point. And it's not just happening in the jail. It's happening on the road as well. The word is out that some of these people are underpaid. They're severely overworked. And they're constantly disrespected by leadership. And why are they disrespected by leadership? For the things I just said, number one. Number two is, look at the way they're treated. End of story. Thanks for the question, William.
So here's the thing. Now, is he back to William? Do you know this guy?
I don't know.
Farrah?
I can't see what the screen is. William
Okay.
or Bill?
Okay, Bill. No, it's William Farrah. So, but you may call him Bill. I don't know if that's his Facebook
I don't
name.
know, William. But
Okay. So here's the thing. Understanding that, because I've seen campaigns periodically over the last several years, hiring at the sheriff's department, hiring, bonus, sign on bonus, this, that, and the other. I don't know how well those campaigns go off, how many people they got. I have heard most recently about them bringing on people who, were damn near right out of college and they were sexual predators. And these were people that were interviewed and screened by Derek Jackson, the person who was actually running for sheriff right now, brought him in and knew that there was an issue with the person's background, still brought him in, gave him a gun, gave him a badge, deputized him. Guy was on Detroit Free Press. He was in Detroit Free Press, and he was flanked by I can't remember who those two Caucasian people was that he was flanked by, but I remember him being brought on, and they brought this guy all the way up into the WCSO, and now he's a rape suspect.
Yeah, his case is pending in court, number one. I have heard that story as well. And I often say this, the two most important jobs that I'll make as a leader in law enforcement ever, the two most important decisions that I make is who I hire and who I promote, because they are a reflection of me and what I represent for the next 20 to 30 years. So we promote inept people, expect to have inept people hired. We promote people that don't have the values that should be what the values are, expect them to bring on people like that. I can't put my finger on it how that would happen, but all I know is with me, the two most important decisions, who I hire and who I promote. With that being said, the person that is out there and responsible to making sure that, like William says, the jail is fully upstaffed, or like I say, the road deputies are short as well, and other communications officer, 911, the list goes on and on and on and on. Where's the sheriff? Why isn't he at Washtenaw Community College, Eastern Michigan, Concordia College, up at Michigan State? The sheriff being present, bringing people in, saying, I want you to work for me, instead of delegating it. You got to work hard to be the sheriff, and you got to be a leader in charge, and you have to be present. And if your troops are begging for help, it's just like soldiers in the field. If they're begging for water, you better get them water, because they're going to fight for you. And if you can't get the water for them, they can't fight. And that was a military analogy. But my point is, the leader has to see that it happens. Succession training, and you got to bring on the right people, and the leader has to be out there saying, let's get folks, not hire some private recruiting company. I've given other.
Is that what the WCSO has?
I
right
believe
now?
so.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. So,
I believe so.
And I'm not going to accuse, because I don't want.
That's why you're seeing advertisements on Facebook, be a part-time corrections officer, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
And I believe that's exactly it. I'm not
there.
Well,
Derek Jackson had a hand in whatever his name was, McWilliams. He had a hand in it. It's in the paper. It's in black and white. It'll never go away. He had a direct hand in that kid getting on the force. Now I'm working on expungement here for something that's been on my record for over 10 years. I had some other stuff that was over 30 years. I couldn't get jobs, and I had, and I wasn't going to be given a badge, a gun, a taser, a mag light, or handcuffs, nothing. He gave somebody all of that, and they had already committed these crimes. They didn't commit the crimes once they got the badge. They had already committed these crimes. How did that person get on the force?
Well, let me stop you right there real quick.
Sure.
First off, allegedly. He allegedly committed these crimes.
I got you.
All right, so let's.
Okay. I got
McWilliams, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
He's in
allegedly.
the process. He is in the process. Let's just see what the courts dictate with him. But it doesn't look good, even if he was present when this was happening, whether he's guilty or whether he's not guilty. Sometimes judgment you make eliminates you from being in a police position as well. Doesn't always mean a crime. It means the judgment of where were you? How were you? How did you interact? What did you witness? What did you see? Whatever the case may be. So I don't have all the nuances on that. And I've heard the exact same thing that's in black and white, that Derek Jackson had direct responsibility. Once again, inexperience in leadership in law enforcement. Because very, very inexperienced, underqualified.
So, okay, let's move on. All right, so Scott Old Danny, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. Sorry if I'm not. Concern with gun violence is a concern of everyone. The problem of this, no matter how strict gun laws are, it doesn't matter. Criminals can get their hands on gun as easy as kids can get their hands on candy. Most gun violence or mass shootings occur in gun-free zones. Where had there been a decent law-abiding person carrying a gun legally, the suspects could be addressed quicker. The problem is in the court system, the idea that criminals are misunderstood and deserve a slap on the wrist. So it's not a question, it's a statement.
It's a statement.
It's a statement. But what he's basically saying, it doesn't matter. People can get guns. And I want to go back. You didn't tell me this. Somebody else told me this. I don't know exactly how long ago, but back when I wasn't even in the county, I hadn't gotten back here until 15, 16. There was a rash of shootings at that 13, 14 year. It was a bad campaign. Jerry Clayton went on record saying that he believed that a lot of the guns that had hit the street had came from unlocked car doors. Now, I'm 53. And I realize kids yank doors. I get it. Kids go in cars, they rifle through cars, this, that, and the other. But he really tried to blame the uptick in guns being on the streets of Washtenaw County on unlocked car doors. So to me, he's trying to bypass the problem right there by passing it off on negligent, legal gun owners. Because now what I want to do, I'd love to go back, and I'm going to need a team to do this. I don't have one. It's just me. You know how I work this, Kenny. I'd love to go back on some of those crimes that were committed and some of those criminals that they may have eventually arrested, hopefully convicted, and they got sentenced to prison if they did some. If those guns came out of cars, I also want to see the proof of police reports of people reporting that their guns got stolen out of cars. There should be a rash of residents in Washtenaw County that said, my gun was stolen out of my car, and then eventually it was used in a crime. Because if there's not that, that not only means Jerry didn't know what he was talking about, but he was flat out lying and trying to be evasive, as he usually is on the tough questions. Because why is there so much crime? Why is there so much gun violence? He threw it off on cars are being left unlocked and guns are being left in cars.
Well, it's really easy to figure that out. And again, it comes with accountability and transparency. Mr. Old Danny, you asked that question, could very easily just contact and send in a FOIA request saying, I'd like to know how many gun reports were made, how many were stolen, how many were entered in the NCIC, and see what would happen. He probably wouldn't get a response very long. He probably wouldn't get a response at all. But my point is, getting the information is very easy to get. What Sheriff Clayton said about guns being stolen from cars, does it happen? I'm sure it does.
Mm-hmm.
Has it happened? Yes, it has.
Sure.
Responsible gun ownership is key to a lot of things. Mr. Oldani touches on that. I have no problems with the responsible gun ownership. I do have a problem with people that are using weapons that have sawed-off serial numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I have problems with young people carrying guns. That's illegal. I believe that guns are what's killing people. Guns are the ones that are killing people while people are pulling the triggers. Okay, so the gun is one thing. It's the violence that's associated with the guns as well. So let's take this gun situation very quickly and look at it. Okay, people are carrying guns, law-abiding citizens. They have CPLs. They take the class, whatever the case would be. Periodically, they lose their guns, or periodically, we make a mistake. Is that part of the problem? That's a small part of the problem. Okay, because a lot of those guns are recovered, whatever the case may be. The problem is that the people who want to utilize guns illegally don't fear the system anymore. They don't fear having guns in their possession. There's so many situations that people have weapons that are stolen weapons, and they really aren't held accountable. They're not held accountable at all. Take a look at the shooting up at Michigan State University. That person should not have been able to purchase a weapon because of his previous record, which was minimized somewhat because of leniency. Had they stuck with an original gun charge, that individual wouldn't have been able to buy that weapon. That ended up killing those students at Michigan State University. I'm all for responsible gun ownership. People want to own a weapon, carry a weapon, as long as they do it responsibly. I think that's fine. And I think there's, throughout the land, there's situations where people have said, you know, this guy was carrying a weapon and he saved this church, or whatever the case may be. Happens every other day. The flip side of it is, every now and then people make mistakes. Now we move forward. let's still briefly talk about the gun situation. What did I say earlier? Guns and drugs. They play off one another. Their violence. There is association with guns and drugs at all time. How do I want to attack some of the gun problems? Create multi-jurisdictional task forces that look into guns and look into drugs, because if you catch gun runners, you're going to catch drug dealers and vice versa. Believe me, I know it. I've done it. I've done it all around the world.
Does it help you because you've had the executive, police experience? Because when I'm just talking to...
Oh, it helps immensely. Not only just being on the street, doing it myself, but then supervising and leading organizations. And then from that point, being an executive leader in creating strategies, whether it be multi-jurisdictional strategies. The most important thing about being a law enforcement leader is to work with other teams. Remember, I told you earlier, there's hardly any narcotics law enforcement in Washtenaw County. Do not blame the state police for that. Don't blame them. Their hands are tied. They can't get the cooperation from the Washtenaw County Sheriff.
Who controls that?
The sheriff does. He decides if he wants to put somebody on a specialized unit. And there is nobody working on something called LawNet. I'm telling you.
Wait, you ain't gonna just ease off of that shit.
Well, what I was going to say, nobody working in a specialized unit called LawNet, which was started, it stands for Livingston Area Washtenaw Narcotics Enforcement Team.
All the black people on here know what LawNet is. I don't know if all the Caucasian people.
But Washtenaw County doesn't have a participant.
What?
Now, in LawNet, they have no active law enforcement officer. The extent, I believe, of what we have at LawNet is somebody assigned to do administrative paperwork. With that, I want you to think really hard about that. So here I am. I just tipped my card to any bad guys that might be watching the video. But I don't think bad guys are focusing on who's going to run for sheriff.
No,
but
they're watching the Summer League. They're watching the Summer League.
I have talked to state police officers who said, and other local cops that have said, Washtenaw County is an open air market for dealing drugs because they don't fear law enforcement, and therefore they do it. Back to Mr. Oldani. The same thing with guns. These bad guys carry guns. It's how they protect their money. They protect their stash. And that's how they fund and fuel their organizations, whether it be their private drug organizations or whether it be gang work or whatever the case may be. So good people with guns, good. Do I think people should be carrying their guns and they're outside and carrying rifles around their shoulders? And no, absolutely not. Everything in moderation. Everything in moderation. But what I do believe in, enforce the gun laws that we have on the books now and give police the opportunity to take guns off the street that belong, that are in the bad guys' hands. So
we've got several questions.
I hope that answers Mr. Oldani's. It was a statement that he made, but
it wasn't a question. No, that's why I wanted to turn it into that. And I want to go back up here because William Farah literally said that he had went to court, if I'm not mistaken. I was in court yesterday and they said they were only taking violent criminals. They were only taking violent criminals. So I'm thinking that non-violent criminals were getting probation. They were getting hit with the fees, the restitution, maybe a monitor. I'm not sure exactly how, they picked that situation up, but they weren't taking any. That means I guess they weren't jailing anybody but violent criminals. Okay. With that being said, we've had scenarios where people have had CCWs, charges, or arrest. Then it's taken them several months to get the charges put on. Then they never ended up bringing the person and putting them before a judge to be tried and or convicted. This person ends up murdering and shooting several people less than a year later. And my thing was, if they had just stopped him in his tracks, I'm not saying throw him in jail, throw away the key, but if they stop him in his tracks and he goes through the system, what William is saying that they were only taking violent criminals because they said the reason that they didn't do anything and it wasn't an immediate need was because they didn't look at that carrying concealed weapon as a violent crime. But he's got a gun. And it's in his waistband or his duffel bag or whatever he's in. Why is he carrying it around? Does he have the intent to do something violent? Is there a potential that he's being threatened where he may have to self-defense? Either way, carrying a gun generally leads to somebody doing something violent. So why wasn't he at least given that run through the system?
I couldn't comment on what happened at the court system, but you're exactly right. The gun commits the violence in the person's hand.
Sure.
And why we don't take guns and their possession more seriously, I don't know. Like I said, want to work with multi-jurisdictional law enforcement agencies and create task forces from state, local, and federal partnerships, and to get the grants and to get the bodies and get the technology and the equipment and things of that nature. We have the expertise.
Mm-hmm.
But when we put everybody with all those units together in the same room, we have what I refer to as a force multiplier.
Okay.
And basically what that means is 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 doesn't equal 4. It equals 10, because you've got so many assets from the various agencies helping you behind the scenes.
So now there's nobody really connecting with WCSO outside of the county to lend that expertise. So is Sheriff Clayton right now running WCSO on an island?
I believe so. And there may be some things I don't know, but
Sure.
What I do know are the things that I've said.
Right.
Okay. I do know there's nobody in law net. I do know that. I do know it's considered an open air market. I do know it's been soft on weapons possession. How many of those kids that died, that those numbers that you kicked out a little while ago, were shot?
Right.
And why aren't we holding those in possession of weapons more accountable? There will be some that say, oh, that creates a felony on their record, that does this, that messes them up for the future, et cetera, et cetera. I'm all about second chances. I'm all about compassion. I believe in that.
Mm-hmm.
But there are certain things that you sit there and you look and you say. It's like a football coach that catches a football player cheating on his exam, and he looks at him and says, you know what? I'm sorry this happened. You've been a great player. You're a great team player, et cetera, but I'm holding you accountable and I'm kicking you off this team. But sir, I got a chance to play in the pros. I'm sorry, you can't be on this team if you cheat on your exams.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing. What will happen to that player? Later on, he'll recover, hopefully, in life and be able to do A, B, and C, and D, and be a productive member of society. But it's the same thing with these young people that are carrying guns. You got to hold them accountable.
Well,
nobody's holding them accountable. And how many kids were gunned down?
Let me explain something to you. The way I thought about some of these things too, when I know they've caught a couple, but then a couple have actually turned themselves in. When they turn themselves in your experience, when a criminal turns himself in and say he's murdered somebody or he's shot somebody or been suspected of shooting somebody, do they generally come in with the weapon? Do they say, hey, man, I'm here to turn myself in. Here's the gun that I used. Does that generally happen?
No, it doesn't happen like that. It doesn't happen like that. And it's up to the detectives in their deep, their in-depth interrogation, as well as the prosecutors who work with the defense attorneys to try and get the weapons back. But you are exactly correct. A lot of them will say, oh, I just threw it in the Huron River and there's no way that you're ever going to be able to find it.
And he knows his buddy has the gun now.
Exactly.
So he knows his buddy has the gun.
They will lie, they will cover up, they will hold it. And again, that's up to the detectives to determine a lot of those things and try and find out whether they're telling the truth or not. But part of turning yourself in and part of cooperating fully to get a deal is to get that weapon and get that weapon off the street, or get that weapon. It's not necessarily the weapon you're getting off the street. It's getting the weapon out of the hands of the guy that's going to use it again.
Right. So my thing with that, I don't believe personally, and they could tell me wrong. I'd love to have it proven to me that this kid, because I saw some of the commentary going back and forth once he did turn himself in, his actual mother was going back and forth with people, and she was like, what y'all yelling about? He turned himself in, because they were making it seem like they had apprehended him, like they had, surrounded him with the marshals, and this. Turns out the kid just walked in and turned himself in. Now, did he turn himself in? Did he have that weapon? And if he didn't have that weapon, hello, I'm here to turn myself in. I did this. When you get him in that room, where's the gun? I'm not going past anything until I know where that gun's at, if I'm a detective. But if he's already admitted that he's the guy who just mowed down 4 people.
No, he didn't admit it. He turned himself in because he knows he's wanted. He hasn't admitted it yet. He knows he's wanted. Big difference.
Okay. So he turned himself in.
Say, you guys want me, I hear.
Yeah. And now he's in jail, and he was wanted for the gun charges. But they never actively went out and got him, whether it was WCSO's responsibility, Ypsilanti's responsibility. They had his address, which was current. They had his place of employment, which was current. And obviously, he's been a part of some of the other shit that, from what I've heard, allegedly. So there was an opportunity to probably take this kid off the street before he did, in fact, delete 2 kids and severely injure 2 others recently. With that being the problem, it's not just about being soft on crime, it's being lackadaisical on crime. Because we can go all the way back to last September, I believe it was, or August, whatever. They could have had him right there. Because if you take him through the system, and let's just say at the minimal, you put him on probation, you put some jewelry on his ankle, let him live, let him go through his situation of employment, this, that, and the other. He gets outside the parameters, you go get his ass. But if he goes to work and goes home and goes to work and goes home and sees, maybe, you know what, I might just want to reconsider doing some dumb shit out here because I don't like having to shower with this big bracelet on my ankle. Maybe he turns around. Maybe he's not able to be in play somewhere shooting 4 people because he's already on probation. He's on paper. They got the monitor and he's outside of the jurisdiction where he needs to be. That probably doesn't happen. That shooting probably doesn't happen if the prosecution did their job, if WCSO did their job, if Ypsilanti Police Department, because that's all they're putting on it, you know, but somebody didn't do their job. And that's what I think the people are really saying out here. What are you going to do the job? So with that being said, I want to know, hopefully William is still here. He says, my wife was almost killed downtown in October. And I got to get in this business real quick because this ain't a kid. William Farah, he's this grown man here. I want to know because everybody's trying to put this on young Black kids from Ypsi Township, maybe Ann Arbor, but where I had to correct somebody last week when I said 8 murders in 17 days, 18 days, whatever. And I listed them all. And the guy says, we're good out here in Chelsea, buddy. We're good out here in Chelsea. No murders out here. Copy and paste. Put the comment right up under here. Here you go. Hold my beer, I think I said. No, I said hold my latte because I don't drink beer. I said hold my latte. He read the shit. He never responded to it. Why? Because people do what they always do to me. They go fact find, see if I'm telling the truth. But it was indeed a white kid, and I don't know about the murder suspect yet, but it was a white kid, 18 if I'm not mistaken, shot allegedly by a 16-year-old who it looks like he's being charged.
On I-94 right outside of Chelsea.
Lima Township.
Well, the guy that wrote that, I mean, there is a word to describe people like that, and that's basically he's an idiot.
But the whole thing was he thought his community was good.
Yeah.
Because when you hear about violence,
but it was also a sarcastic comment
absolutely.
that was demeaning to those young African Americans that were gunned down in the last few weeks.
Sure.
So it was somewhat of a demeaning comment. And I have no problems just saying sometimes maybe he's not an idiot, but it was an idiotic comment. But you're exactly right in what you're saying, because then all of a sudden, boom. What does that remind me of? It reminds me of 8 years ago when we're talking about the opioid epidemic, and it was impacting solely only white people dying, and now it's 40% African American people getting gunned down as well. I knew it back then, or overdosing. I knew it back then that was what was going to happen, and violence continues to spread in Ypsilanti Township, as well as look what's happening, like you just dictated and what you just stated. And it's I'd be more interested, not right now to getting into the details, but to learn more about William Farah and what happened with him and his family. And you're more than welcome to
hopefully William's still on, but
he's more than welcome to send me a private message, and I'd like to chat about that.
Most definitely. So here's another comment.
So we talked about violence, we've talked about drugs. Right.
We talked about violence, we talked about drugs. We're gonna get to policing in just a second, but I want to run through some of these comments because I don't want to negate anybody. Anybody that's here, if you're watching through Facebook, that's great, but you need to be watching through the Villager on Deck channel on YouTube because I can't see everybody's comments. So the Villager on Deck YouTube channel, please check that channel out and subscribe to that channel. Okay, let's just get back to that, and I'll do more promotion of that in a minute. William, the whole jail not taking nonviolence offenders, such BS. So if you have been arrested for drunk driving numerous times to the point each arrest is now a felony charge and your license is revoked, for driving, how can a court honestly say they can't incarcerate because it's non-violent offense? When the person hits and kills someone while on a revoked license, would the family say it's okay because they aren't locked up because this isn't a violent crime? This, and I don't know, he got cut off there. This, no. Oh, I'm not sure exactly.
Well, in essence, what he's saying there,
Sure.
What he's saying there is a lot what's happening in society. And that is, we're giving more credit and we are giving more hugs and we are giving more deals to those that are committing the crimes, whether they're violent or non-violent.
Define hugs, please. I think I know what it means, but maybe everybody doesn't.
Basically, we're saying, we're going to take care of you. We feel bad for you. And there is a way to get people the rehabilitation they need and the help that they need. But at the same time, we are forgetting the victims. And that is where I look at things and just say, we have to hold criminals accountable. It doesn't mean you have to send them to prison for the rest of their life for having a weapon on them. No, but you have to hold them seriously accountable.
Sure.
And the drunk driving that killed someone, I'm not saying they need to go to prison for 30 years. Somebody died. That's tragic.
Right.
We need to get the guy who was driving, who killed him, some help, rehab, and have him pay for his crime and do his time.
Right.
But we also, at the same token, always need to remember the Dallas Williams of the world and the kids gunned down in Ypsilanti, or this gentleman's wife that was killed in a drunk driving accident. You know, we're forgetting the victims. And that's what I'm trying to say, that when we're putting so much focus on, we're reforming the criminal justice system. We should definitely reform it. We should look at our sentencing. We should look at a lot of those things. However, we also need to understand there are some really bad people out there.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some very misguided people
Mm-hmm.
of all colors, of all creeds, of all religions. There are some very bad people.
I thought she was about to go all Martin Luther King on me and shit.
No,
all right.
No, but
Okay.
I could read a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I get
We've
it.
had that talk.
Yeah, we have.
But that's my point. Reform the criminal justice system, absolutely. But understand, there's a lot of bad people out there, and law enforcement leaders and judicial leaders and prosecutorial leaders need to understand the difference and really need to fight hard to figure out who is who. Okay, it's just not the sheriff's position, but it's also others that play within the criminal justice system. So let's move on.
We have to. We're about 15 minutes late, maybe a little bit longer on some of these comments, which means you're getting your explanations out, and all I'm doing is feeding back from what the people are saying. So
you know what I'm interested in? I'm interested why no one has asked me what I'm drinking out of this red Solo cup.
Because they know you're a straight arrow.
Yeah,
well, I don't even drink. See, that's the thing. That was a total stereotype and shit, because everybody thinks that people drink liquor out of red Solo cups. That's all we drink here. Everybody has a red Solo cup in the house, and there's.
When you handed me the red Solo cup with the glass of water, I thought, okay, how many country songs have been written about people drinking beer, and how many fraternity parties down on campus? So this has been the best cold water I've ever had.
They know you ain't in here drunk and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
They ain't seen me light up nothing. They're like, oh man, this is like a real actual interview and shit. I know I got a struggle stream and all that, but we need to do this, Kenny. We need to do this. You've got people who've actually been in this community for a long time. Tam has, Jaybird has, June. So, but Monica Ross Williams has chimed in. The sheriff's department is a job. Sheriff's department job is community safety. That's it. That's all. The sheriff's department is not a community social worker. That has been the problem since 2008. So, we talk a lot about social workers. Your two candidates that are running against you are both social workers. This is not to shit on their degrees as being social workers, but Monica understands what that passivity has done, because we're dealing with. I don't like using the soft on crime term because it's so overplayed. But I will go more to lackadaisical. I will go more to neglecting, because I think that you got to actually try and convict and put them on probation if you're soft on crime. That's not even happening. They're not even investigating that. But it goes all the way back to way some comments well above. Got a lot of comments tonight. Jobs or jail is massively understaffed. So
and the road
and
dispatch.
the road. Yeah. So I guess when we say jail, when let's say WCSO, the whole situation is understaffed, but there's a ton of people making a bunch of money that possibly they could be spreading that wealth out to get more people, on staff. But because of the toxic work environment, allegedly, but because of not replacing people who retire, who transfer, who go somewhere else. Succession planning. Those things have not really played a great part. And it's not like he can clean it up now. Jerry's motto for his last campaign into now was, let me finish what I started. And I clowned the shit out of that then, and I'm going to clown it now. Let you finish what you started. What exactly have you started, Mr. Clayton?
What did you do for the 12 years?
What did you do for the first 12 years to earn another 4?
Well, Monica's got a point.
Yes.
Monica's got a point. And the point is, her exact words were public safety versus what?
Social workers.
Exactly. I saw something a few years ago where I saw Derek Jackson working on something where they were handing out refrigeration air conditioning units to people in the community.
Was he at ABC Warehouse?
I don't know where he was, but they were handing something
Best
out.
Buy?
They were handing something out to some families during the heat, and it was all a feel-good thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But those are tax dollars that went to it. Is that really what the sheriff's department should be doing? Should we be making it safer in the community, or should we be utilizing assets and being all over the map and doing different things when you are already shorthanded? But apparently that the leadership over there wants to expand into doing other things that really have nothing to do with law enforcement and keeping the community safe. I know who Monica Ross Williams is, and I know she's done her time in making the world a safer place. I know she has dealt with some of the world's worst criminals, or the county's worst criminals.
Mm-hmm.
I know she has put her tail on the line to make the world a better place.
Mm-hmm.
So she brings up a very good point when she talks about public safety versus social workers. Is there a place in place work for social workers? Well, if you look at the news in the last 2 or 3 years, yes, there is. And I agree with it. There it is. There is a place for social workers.
Mm-hmm.
But social workers, when they're working full-time, should be social workers, and law enforcement folks should be law enforcement folks.
Okay.
Social workers should not run law enforcement agencies, because social work is just a small part of what we do in law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
You need the experience, and all those experiences I discussed previously, not the social work experiences. It's great. You're a social worker. Go out and help people, save lives, do those things.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? You're underqualified and overrated if you think that you can take your social work skills and run a law enforcement agency. And I think that's what Monica is getting to there.
Mm-hmm.
Next question.
So my thing is this. You explaining that, Tam came in right after Monica, and like I said, we're at 28. This is 9:06, about 22 minutes behind. Tam says, I hope he really means it. What he says, transparency, because I know that there's zero transparency. That's one of your 5 key points. You've talked a lot about transparency. You've talked a lot about having people have access to you, have access to the county, and what I think needs to happen, because I've heard about these oversight commissions and hire this and hire that, and community volunteers and things like that. Over the last 15 years, there have been numerous programs that have been started by the current sheriff. And I'm not here to go down the long list of successes or failures of what's happened. But when you have this size county, one thing that we both know, people dream of living and working in Washtenaw County from other under-resourced areas. Policing, I don't know, because I don't know policing, but this is just in my perfect world. Couldn't Jerry, because he's so high up into this point, he's so high up into the Washtenaw County Democratic Party, couldn't he have basically spun the wheel and pretty much handpicked deputies, potential deputies, on the road, COs, this, that, and the other from smaller areas, and had them jump at the opportunity to come to Washtenaw County from around the state.
Oh, around the country. And it's all part of the recruiting, part of the succession planning,
Sure.
et cetera. You have to be present as a leader. You need to get out there and get people. You can't send people. People want to know who they're working for. They want to know who their leader is.
Well, hell, he got the Cardinal Group. He's been teaching people all over the country how to police. How come he can't do that?
And for your listeners that don't know what the Cardinal Group is, bottom line.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't open that can of
real
worms for
quick,
you newbies.
20 seconds. It's a private company that Jerry Clayton started while he was sheriff, and he's making millions of dollars utilizing his title, I believe, because he uses the logo on his website of the sheriff's department, making millions of dollars doing police training. And I believe he uses the assets of the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department, some of the assets, some of the people, some of the facilities, you name it. And Derek Jackson is or was and is an employee of the Cardinal Group as well. And if anybody wants to know more about it, if anybody wants to know more about it, there'll be plenty of.
You got a campaign to run, and Jerry, you ain't running against Jerry.
Let me finish. And if anybody wants to know more about it because of Derek's connections, they can learn about it. It's been well documented in other resources.
Yeah.
But what I want to focus on is move into the accountability and transparency aspect, because that's what was there.
Right.
So what am I going to do as sheriff to be accountable? Number one is I'm going to be present. I'm going to be there all the time. These shootings that are going on in Ypsilanti, I'd be at Frog Island or I'd be at one of the parks. I'd be calling it like an old time gospel revival, saying, people, I'm standing on this picnic bench and I'm going to talk to hundreds of people that come down here and say, we need help. We need to find the shooters. We need to do this. We do that. You're not being a snitch. You're being a saint. You're saving other lives by taking bad guys off the street.
But I don't want you looked at as a savior either, bro.
Yeah,
see, see, this is the thing, because I know you, Kenny, your heart is so fucking good. Your heart is pure and shit. But right now, these people have been sold a dream for 15 years. So transparency and accountability comes from what you just said, being present. And you can't be running a multi-million-dollar training company and be present.
No, and that's not going to happen quite as much anymore because he's not running for sheriff. So when I'm on that bench, I'm not trying to be a savior. What I'm trying to say is I am present in leadership, number one. Number two, accountability. My calendar will be open. You'll be able to see where I'm at, when I'm at, and what time I'm doing things. You'll be able to make appointments. You'll be able to hear exactly what I'm doing. Next, my tax records, accountable. All my background investigations I've ever done. I've got top secret government clearances, and I've had so many background and clearances. They'll all be available to the public. I've already given them to the press. I don't care. I will be a totally transparent and accountable leader. But let's talk a little bit more about accountability and transparency. Okay. Accountability is holding people in check from the lowest level all the way to the upper level. I want to create an independent sheriff's oversight committee that I have no say-so over it. I want them to be able to oversee what we do. I'm not saying that they can overrule certain decisions that I might make, but I'm saying they can look at what we do and have a great impact on what we do. And they can advocate and broadcast the fact if they think that we're covering something up, because I don't want anything ever covered up. I believe 99% of the police officers want to do a great job, and they're not afraid to show the people what they've done. So we move forward. Transparency. How do we do that? Besides having the independent oversight committee, I want to take body camera footage and make it available to the public. I've got ideas on how to do that. I've got a plan that allows somebody to come in and make an appointment to see body camera footage versus charging them $500, $700 and having them wait for 2 to 6 months to be able to get 16 minutes worth of body camera footage.
Whoa.
I've got an idea.
How do they charge you money to see body cam footage?
The law has allowed for the Freedom of Information Act for government agencies to charge a fee to get to pay for the administrative overhead costs for somebody to be able to get reports or whatever the case may be, information that they want. It could be statistical data. We talked about some of that earlier. I want to try and eliminate a majority of those fees. How am I going to do that? Some of those high-level positions I want to get rid of and hire FOIA, Freedom of Information coordinators. Who oversees the Freedom of Information coordinators to make sure they're doing the right job? Right now, it's the sheriff and Greg Dill, the county administrator. I want it to be the independent oversight committee.
Wait a minute. The sheriff is over. Wait.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling.
Okay.
It's mind-boggling the way it works. So, for example, you want to see body camera footage. There's certain things you can't see as a civilian who just walks in. For example, an officer goes to a sexual assault scene or a child embatterment, battered scene, whatever. You can't see the video where they're interviewing the kid or the sexual assault survivor. You can't see that. So how do I want to handle that? I want to do it very similar. Very similar to like a lot of news broadcasts are. There's a 15-second delay. You have one room where somebody's an employee with the Freedom of Information Group watching the video. In the other room, you have the person who wants to watch the video. You have an appointment, and they've set up an appointment, and they are sitting in the other room. You're watching it 15 seconds ahead. Boom. If you see something that they're not allowed to see because of the privacy laws, et cetera, you just press pause or delete. You don't delete the tape. You just delete from what they're able to see. So it's those kind of ideas that open things up, make things transparent, hire more FOIA assistants, people that work in the Freedom of Information, having things available for people to see. Don't hide things. A lot of times government officials use FOIA as an excuse and a stall tactic. Anybody file a report right now. Let's just say you wanted to file a report and say you'd like to see Derek Jackson's credit card receipts with utilizing the county credit card.
Sure.
The minute you file that, within a week, you're going to get a notice saying we're allowed 21 days to extend this. They're supposed to be able to get the reports to you in 10 days, but the state allows me an extra 21 days to accumulate this data. Within 21 days, they say, we haven't been able to accumulate it. We've looked at it. We believe it's going to take approximately 42 manpower hours, et cetera, and they're going to submit a fee to you. And then you decide whether you want to pay a fee. It's obstruction. It's an obstructionist technique that the government uses quite frequently to stall, and then they come up with an exorbitant fee. Me, I want to be wide open. I have nothing to hide.
So you're saying that people over the last 15 years have been paying fees to Washtenaw County to get information, maybe, text dialogue, body cam footage, whatever. They've been paying these fees. And sometimes, because this is what happens when you got a small guy trying to go up against a big corporation, they run out of money. And they know some of these people don't have those fees to be able to pay to get body cam footage or, FOIA text messages or
That's
whatever.
Exactly
it is.
What I'm saying.
They basically try to time you out because they know that you don't have the resources to keep carrying it forward.
But it's not just the public they do it to. They also do it to the press. They also do it to the press. When the press wants to get body camera footage or whatever the case may be, a lot of times they're going to call the press and say there's going to be a fee attached to it. For smaller requests where it might be one small report or one small piece of paper that you're asking for, they may waive the fee. But for the most part, if you need to do anything that's going to take a certain amount of hours for an employee, they're going to charge you. Granted, there has to be some parameters, but they should not use FOIA as an obstructionist. So that's part of my platform, Shannon. Accountability and transparency. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Bottom line is, as your next sheriff, I will have nothing to hide.
Right. So,
and if you want information, I have no problems providing you with the information. There are exemptions of FOIA. For example, we're not going to give you police officers home addresses.
No, right.
Things of that nature.
I don't think you have those kind of people here tonight, Kenny.
Right.
And I don't even believe that Washtenaw County is that county. But the thing is, for people not to be able to have access to situations, we see it all the time now where a kid, is deleted, or a man is deleted, or a woman is deleted, or a child is deleted. And the family is not allowed to see the body cam footage as to what happened, how their family member was taken out, and they stonewall them and they block them. And then here comes the big time attorney, whether it be a Lee Merritt, Ben Crump, or whomever, they still get stonewalled. So it's not that this is a new thing. Ben Crump gets stonewalled and he still gets a family some money, and Lee Merritt they all get stonewalled.
Government can release whatever they want, whenever they want.
Got it. So
if they want to.
Okay. So
a good example, Jim Craig, chief of police in Detroit. Remember, Shannon, you talked about this on your podcast a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
African-American kid, 17 years old, was shot down by a cop.
Yep.
And you talked about it, and everybody wanted to go protest it. And Craig said right off the bat, I'm releasing the video camera footage right now because that young man made a decision. He pulled out a gun and took 2 shots at the police officer, and the police officer shot and killed him. Tragic.
I cooked their ass the day that they said they were going down there. And I think
to protest.
Exactly. Because I'm thinking to myself, y'all don't even... Did you look at the next newscast? Because you got the one newscast, the kid got killed, and they're showing the one angle of them taking him out. But did you go to the next newscast or when the body cam footage was released? Because there had been a whole press conference, and Craig came out and was like, whoa, I need to show y'all what happened. And then when you see him, you know, he's all New York undercovered and shit with the gun sideways, trying to shoot point blank range the cop.
He's trying to shoot the cop.
But nobody had seen that part. All they knew was another kid had been killed by police.
So what he did was he just said, forget the FOIA process.
Right.
I can release whatever I want.
Right.
And I want the public to see that this is not a bad cop. Because as I said 100 times, the person that hates a bad cop the most is a good cop. And I've arrested bad cops, and I will continue to arrest them in whenever I have the opportunity. And I hope it's not often, but I won't turn my eye to a crooked cop,
right,
or a bad cop, or a bad shooting. However you look at it, they're going to be investigated fully, and I'm not going to cover anything up. But that's a perfect example of somebody saying, "Hey, press, you don't have to file all that paperwork. We're not charging you a dime.
Right.
Here you go.
Right.
You can do that." Did it favor the police? Absolutely. Did it favor him? Absolutely.
Sure.
And thank God that police officer didn't die.
Right.
And I'm sorry the young man had to die, but he made the conscious decision that was made earlier in the day when he woke up and he put that gun in his waistband. And years before that, when he didn't have the right mentoring, he didn't have the right this, the right that, or whatever. Tragic.
And we're going to talk about that because the family has to come into play. And this is why I said this is just the beginning of a lot of conversations.
Yep.
We're really talking about your platform, your key points. What are you going to do? What would your plans be without talking strategy? If people really want to know about strategy, about what you're going to do, they not only need to go to MageeForSheriff.com. The 4 is the number, MageeForSheriff.com. I'm about to put it into the chat.
It's like the Ford number.
MageeForSheriff.com. But the main thing for me right now, I want to move forward with the commentary, but let me put in the MageeForSheriff.com, and I appreciate everybody that has checked in. You guys have been real active. Go ahead.
You're typing that really quick. Very briefly, because there are questions that won't be addressing this issue very quickly. But the final thing is dealing with our youth and dealing with the conflict of runaway.
I'm about to go there. Don't jump my shirt, man. At-risk youth. Don't jump my shirt.
I apologize.
No, I'm on it, baby. I'm on it. Just let me cook.
I guess
let me cook. No. Let me do my thing. So you got that? Did y'all see that? MageeForSheriff.com. Is it in there? Hold on a second. Hold on. We can see how many comments we're behind, dog. Look. Okay, MageeForSheriff.com. It's in there. Y'all need to be a villager on deck because I can't see some comments. I can't see some stuff is coming up blank on my side. So I want to make sure get into that villager on deck YouTube channel, because where I'm seeing it, I might see your name, but you might not see your comment. But William Farah, before we go into the next talking about the youth, because it has a family dynamic that I know that I already talked to some of this stuff about you. Ken, how would you work with the city of Ann Arbor that does nothing to help their police force? City council and mayor have neutered, ouch, the AAPD, and the criminals here know they can do whatever they want with relative impunity. Now, I know I have somebody that's in the Ann Arbor community where Jerry Clayton and his cohorts and people around here have wanted to say that crime is happening on it would be the east side of Hallback, the east side of Carpenter. There's plenty of crime going on in Ann Arbor. They've just figured out ways to suppress it. We've talked about the lack of press, the lack of, media attention that it gets, but that's all plotted out and planned out by the Democratic Party, who has an high up, oh, he's the sheriff. And this person right here is seeing things through a very wide lens. He probably knows what they did to Brother Brian. Was it Brian Cox? Is that his name? Michael Cox? Brian Cox. Okay. Chief, they neutered him. They put him under. And the crazy thing was, with that situation, I thought he was not only the best person for the job, I don't think right now we're going to find anybody that was as solid as him, because I looked for Cox to come in here and be really like an Isaiah McKinnon, because that cop was brutalized by his colleagues, Isaiah, and so was Cox, beat by his colleagues, and rose all the way up to a high-level position in Boston, then came here and took a chief of police job only to be neutered, and I believe it was over some traffic tickets or parking tickets or some shit, and the person was a male. All that time I'm reading all these articles and things like that, I'm thinking, oh man, they gonna get him on the one big Negro theory. You know, he's up there intimidating people. He was a tall guy, broad shoulders. I'm thinking he's up there intimidating, looking. It was a fucking man that helped get Brian, is it Brian? Michael, I believe. Michael, okay. I can't remember. Chief Cox. It was a man. It was a man that got him out of here. And the craziness about it was, as soon as he was gone, everything that had been going on, it got worse in Ann Arbor, but they continued to suppress it. We had a robbery attempt and then a murder on Arbordale, center of Ann Arbor. You ain't seen no coverage on that. A block from one another. 77-year-old man's house broken into. He laid out a shot, didn't get the guy. Then the next block over, a man is killed. But Ann Arbor ain't saying nothing. They don't think there's a problem. It's not a problem until it's somebody of prominence. Fuck it. Somebody that ain't black. Somebody that ain't black. Wait till a college student gets checked out. That comes from a very high-powered family. Wait till some affluent white person gets checked out in Ann Arbor. That's when it hits home. That's when everybody wants to start scrambling around and doing stuff. But what he's saying, how would you work with the Ann Arbor Police Department? Because I don't hear much about Jerry working with anybody. Ann Arbor, Ypsi. Well, now Kirk Moore's here. And I don't want to throw a whole lot of shade with Brother Moore because I don't know him. But he seems to have ingratiated himself over into the Ypsilanti community, which is good because he's the Ypsilanti police chief. But I need him to kind of spread out a little bit because he needs to come over into Pittsfield Township. He needs to come over into Ann Arbor because Ann Arbor and Ypsi are brother, sister. I'm not going to say brother, sister, brother, little brother, big brother. I'm not going to do none of that. We're right there with each other. And where these communities are separated right now is the theory that ain't nothing happening over in Ann Arbor like it's happening in Ypsi, and that's bullshit. He's being fed a lot of bullshit, not only by the current candidate, but I believe he's probably been fed some by the current sheriff, because they know each other from other police agencies, black police agencies around the country where they've gone to seminars and things like that. Kirk Moore and Jerry Clayton are not strangers to one another. And they just don't know each other because they're two black police officers. They know each other. That's just, I got some inside track on that. But anyways, how would you work with Ann Arbor? He's using Ann Arbor, but how would you work with all the police agencies around here?
Sure. Could you put some water in this while I'm answering that?
Yeah. Because I'm going to do is I'm going to get off the screen.
So real quick,
I'm going to get him some water, y'all. Y'all see, I'm going to get him some water, like writing it, because I've never done this. Now I got to get a water machine, got to get a Culligan down here and shit.
Water from
this. Why I had nobody in the studio because y'all need too much shit. I see how y'all do me.
Water right there is fine. So in answer to the question, again, that's where part of the communication between law enforcement agencies is essential. You have to be able to share information and you have to be able to share assets. I talked earlier about the force multiplier when we create local and regional task forces with various entities, but keeping in mind that serial arsonists, serial rapists, serial drug dealers, serial gun runners, you name it. They don't care about the Ann Arbor border. They're not the ones voting on Ann Arbor being in the top 5 most livability places in the country. They don't care. The elected officials care. They love to see that they're in the top 5. And again, I was born and raised in Ann Arbor. I love Ann Arbor, but I've seen a lot of things that Ann Arbor's become as well, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But William asked a question, and it dealt with how would I interact with them. Unfortunately, their police department is under the watch of several city council members, and they create certain policies and they expect certain things out of their police chief. Guess what? That's why Chief Cox left. Not only did he have a great opportunity to go back to Boston and be the chief, but it was hard for him to do his job here. And I think what has to happen is elected political leaders, whether it be the law enforcement, the sheriff, or other law enforcement leader or political leaders, need to understand there's problems out there. There's problems out there with violence, drug overdoses, guns, you name it. And we could talk about sexual assaults and serial rapists and things of that nature. All of those things are out there, and they don't care about the border. They don't care about Carpenter Road and going eastbound. They'll go east, they'll go west. They don't care. And Ann Arbor's got a lot of people. It's got a lot of money. You know, that former bank robber once was asked, I forget it, Willie Sutton was his name. Many, many years ago, they asked him why he robbed banks. He goes, that's where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why people go to Ann Arbor to deal drugs and to do other things and to break into houses.
So it was Willie Sutton that said that?
I believe it was Willie Sutton.
Was Willie black? Was Willie black?
I don't think so. And I don't
told
think
me it was Jesse James.
I don't think Willie Sutton was black. And I'm pretty sure that's who said it. And somebody out there in social media world can fact check me on that. But bottom line is, he said that's where the money is.
Okay.
So what happens?
Got it.
That's why crime happens in Ann Arbor.
Got it.
And I would hope that the sheriff would be able to share statistical data, statistical research, and be able to work. There are some intelligence programs that are built in the computers at the state police, which is a fine organization.
Mm-hmm.
They do a great job, and they provide assets, whether it be on human trafficking or trying to find pedophiles and things of that nature. They're out there. The crooks are out there, and there's good law enforcement agencies that have intelligence assets, but the intelligence is only as good as long as the agencies report it. But anybody who thinks that Ann Arbor is immune from the problems that happen in other parts of the county, they're blind, number one. Number two is you have to understand that the sheriff, in essence, isn't responsible for patrolling the city of Ann Arbor,
Mm-hmm.
even though they can patrol in Ann Arbor,
Mm-hmm.
but there's mutual law enforcement, and they're called MLATs, mutual law enforcement treaties and things like that, where you work together, or agreements, not treaties, where you work together as law enforcement agencies. So, William, it's imperative that the sheriff communicate very well, but not just the sheriff. He has to set the tone in leadership. I'm talking to Ann Arbor. I'm talking to Ypsi. I'm talking to Milan. I'm talking to the chief out in Chelsea. I'm talking to Pittsfield Township, and I'm talking to Saline. And that word has to filter down to the detectives. Detective at Ypsilanti, who's investigating for somebody for rape, has got to be able to talk to somebody at the sheriff's department,
Mm-hmm.
whether it be the investigation of the deputy that they hired that you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
or any other case.
Mm-hmm.
So, communication is the key, and you don't communicate unless you're present. I will be a present leader.
So
next question.
With the situation where it's at now, most of these shootings did happen. Most or murders that have happened recently have been youth, under 30s. There were some early 30s, and there might have been one suspect, might have been in his 40s. I know that the victims were mid 50s on back into teenage years, but the core, we're dealing with the youth, and where people, I don't believe, are factoring a lot of this in because they focus on the youth, the suspect. It starts at the family. It starts with the family. And where I don't place blame specifically on single parented homes, because I know plenty of 2-parented homes that's produced some supreme felons out here. Supreme felons, that have come from 2-parented homes, maybe even homes where Parents might even been in law enforcement, might have been in politics, might have been directly connected to leadership in the spiritual community. Nobody is above it. If that's where you're going, that's where you're going. You might have had a great upbringing. You might have had, had strong parents. You're going to do what you're going to do in a lot of these cases. But if you know your kids out here doing wrong and you can't control them, I always say, I'm going to teach my grandson, I'm going to teach my granddaughter, I'm going to teach my youngest grandson the stuff that will hopefully keep them out of the penitentiary. Because me telling you, man, go use the bathroom is different than a CO telling you when you can go use the bathroom. Go take a shower. So we're almost ready for bed. It's different than a CO telling you when you can bathe or when you can eat or how you can move.
And define CO for your listening audience.
Corrections officer. And see, a lot of people don't get it that if you don't put that in a child early, they won't respect you. And everything can't be all scared straight and this, that, and the other. There has to be some real things happening within the community. Families need resources. And truthfully, there needs to be more to do out here. We've just had a crater hit this county where programs for youth programming and things like that have gone away for your K through 12 ages. I mean, it's not just about putting your kids in athletic programs and things like that, but we're talking about family-oriented stuff. Now, where the sheriff's department can come in, I believe you work with the other, not only police agencies, but you work with the other political situations, because if it's not in your area, it's coming. Can't tell me there ain't no crime in Manchester. Can't tell me there ain't no crime in Chelsea. Well, we know there's crime in Chelsea. It's just a murder right on 94. Can't tell me there's no crime in Dexter and Whitmore Lake and Milan. There's crime all over. But not only does it get suppressed, but those communities are very close-knit communities. And things generally get taken care of very quietly. I need those people coming forth, because not only do those people keep things very close, the sheriff knows about it when it happens, but it's politically a nightmare for him if Augusta Township has a rash of break-ins and murders and this, that, and the other. But we good and well know Augusta Townships got shootouts, got drugs, got all kinds of stuff. But those people tend to take care of the thing themselves. And Jerry's let those people be. That can't be anymore, because pretty soon all those people, they get tapped out. Then you're working your way back into Ypsi Township and Ann Arbor. I mean, there was a bunch of kids that shot up Arrowwood about 2 weeks ago. Does anybody know where all those kids are from? Because they're not all from Arrowwood. They're from all over either the city or the county.
Crime has no geographical boundaries.
It has no, and we learned as young. What they say, bullets have no eyes. These kids are coming from all over the place. And then when Ann Arbor had an opportunity, they had two of the potential suspects of the shooting in their midst. They let them go. Now, I don't know for what reason they let them go. I just know that they had two in the box, and they eventually let them go to their guardian. Now, you working with them, because if that happens, you working with Ann Arbor saying, hey, well, wait a minute. I don't know. You bring a suspect in reality, I watch Chicago PD. You bring somebody in suspected of a shooting because they shot up the whole front of Arrowwood. How long can you keep them? Even if they're a minor, how long can you keep them if you got them under suspicion of a shooting? Traditionally, I don't know.
It all depends. Reasonable suspicion. Did you arrest them under? There are laws under probable cause. You can arrest them, and then you've got a certain amount of time before you present them to a judge, or you have to release them.
Okay.
Pending a warrant request, things of that nature. So, and then on larger deals, if you're working with the feds too, there's also grand juries, things like that. So you can arrest a person for probable cause. It's pretty easy to arrest a person. How long you hold them for is indicative of several different factors. Much too long to get into right now, but continue.
Got it. But you can actually hold them and keep them before sundown, because they was home. They slept in their own bed that night. Wasn't late. This, that, and the other. Heard like the car that was used in the whole crime had been impounded. She was able to get her car back, but her car had bullet holes all in it. Isn't that probable cause? Like,
Absolutely.
hey, ma'am, you just got this car. Did it come with the bullet holes? I mean, do you say that to the lady? Like, because I'm rude. I mean, I would say, where'd you get these holes at? Did they do that, when you got the car? Because that car stays. That car stays. Now, I know it's going to jack her up. She probably ain't going to be able to get to work tomorrow and all that shit. I get it.
Well, that car is evidence.
But that car is evidence. And if those two kids who were identified by some other people, why didn't they just do a little bit more legwork with that?
I couldn't comment on exactly what happened, but what I can tell you is this, and that's where sometimes regional task forces and multi-jurisdictional agencies compare notes. They work together. Sometimes they share crime scene investigating teams, et cetera, and they figure out who the bad players are in the community.
Mm-hmm.
They figure it out. People will say, well, that might be targeting this group here, and it might be unfair to this community because this individual is Black, but it's not unfair if you look at it and say, no, this is the criminal that's killing people or robbing people. Mm-hmm. That's who we're after. Mm-hmm. I can't do anything about his color. I don't want to target somebody because of their color. I deplore that.
Right.
Racial profiling, sorry. But when you do the crime, you got to expect A, to do the time, but you got to expect to have the police look at you no matter what color you are. And believe me, there's plenty of white drug dealers and there's plenty of white criminals out there as well that need to be targeted, and plenty of white guys running guns and Hispanic organizations, and you name it, they're out there. So police officers need to focus not on color. Leadership needs to focus not on color and ethnicity, but where the crime is and who's committing the crimes, and grouping up together. Just because you're a member of the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department doesn't mean that you can't team up with the Detective Bureau at the Ypsilanti PD to work on something very, very closely.
So I'm not crazy when I think that these units could band up. Like in a perfect world, I would have loved to have seen, and maybe it's happened and I've just missed it. I don't see everything. Ann Arbor's got its own unit. Ypsi's got its own unit. Saline's got its own unit. Chelsea's got its own unit.
By unit, what do you mean unit?
Police unit.
Okay, got it.
Dexter doesn't have a police force. No. Whitmore Lake has its own unit. Northfield Township there, they got their own unit. Does Milan have a police force?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody but Dexter has a police force.
And keep in mind, Milan is in 2 counties as well, Monroe.
Yeah, Milan is part of 2. Is Milan part of Monroe? Right. So they've got Augusta, don't they got their own township? Augusta Township?
No, they don't. And then Pittsfield Township, I forget if you mentioned that.
Oh, yeah, so Pittsfield got their own unit. Okay.
Then there's University of Michigan, then there's Eastern Michigan as well.
Right. So you've got those 3. Even Washtenaw County Community College has their own police force. Got it. How come I've never seen the big Brady Bunch screen with Jerry in the middle and all the chiefs of police of these county area agencies on a Zoom call?
That's a great question.
Over the years, I would have wanted to see.
I know every now and then there's a local law enforcement chief's breakfast where
I ain't talking about feed. These motherfuckers eat at my brother's keeper every month.
Yeah, they
feed 50
meet
men.
And they have this, but you're exactly right, because it's not shit. The leadership has to get together, communicate as well, but then dictate down to the troops. You will go over there. You will work with them. They will work with you. You will give them unfiltered access to what we have. And I expect the same from them. That's how you get the job done. That's how it's worked for me for 33 years. Cooperating with other agencies, joining teams, losing some of your control over your own people for the good of the overall order of the community. And that's what has to happen. That doesn't happen in Washtenaw. So it doesn't happen. So the thing with the youth, and we talk, there's a family dynamic because the kids come from somewhere. At-risk youth, runaways, and before we jump into the trafficking and all that stuff, but we've got at-risk youth and runaways and just strays. I call them strays, kids that they basically spend the night at their friend's house. And that's what's gotten really bad out here. I see a lot of kids hanging out and then it just gets late. And then you just stay over people's houses. Back in the day, if it wasn't have your ass home when the street lights came on, you did have a specific curfew, but you didn't spend the night out at somebody else's house all willy-nilly, because that's showing a lackadaisical parent right there. And just to allow that. If I wanted to stay out later, and I didn't do a whole lot of nights out with friends,
I would at least have to come home, check in, look my mother in the eye so she knew what I was doing. I couldn't just call her, hey, mom, I'm staying over here tonight. How you going to wash your ass? You better get home and get some clothes. You better get some underwear. You better get this. You better get... All that was smoke and mirrors. So she would come home. So I would come home and she'd make sure. Because she ain't talked to nobody's parent. I haven't, told her what I'm doing. I'm just staying out. I would have never pulled that. That happens a lot out here. So when we talk about kids being at risk, it's the lackadaisical parenting a lot of times to where you shouldn't just allow your kid just to be anywhere at any given point. Shit tends to start anytime. It doesn't start after 10 o'clock or street lights come on. It can happen anytime, but it's lackadaisical parents out here. With that being said, I think kids are put at risk starting at home.
Oh, absolutely. So that's one of my platform pieces and talking about at-risk use. We talked about it. So, and a lot of it funnels back towards violence, and a lot of it funnels back to drug use, and then you've got the human trafficking. Kids at home that are running away, they're running away for one of several reasons. There are those incorrigible kids that the parents didn't take a good care, didn't teach them the right lessons, and they're just very hard to deal with. There's systems in government to deal with them, in social services, things, child protective services, et cetera, et cetera. They're out there. But where I'm concerned is the sheriff is runaways and kids that run away from homes, and the majority of them are running away from a situation. Could be molestation, could be physical abuse, could be mental abuse, it could be a lot of things, intimidation, you name it. And those young people become candidates and prey for drug traffickers and human traffickers, or drug human trafficking, which trade sex for drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My point is this: very little time is spent in police agencies trying to find runaways. I've worked on some runaway cases before as a consultant. I study human trafficking. I study a lot of these things. And what I have found, that almost always missing children that are runaways, we're not talking about 7-year-old missing child. We're talking about 14, 15-year-olds. They either assign it to a civilian employee who keeps a list of the runaways in the community, and that's about it. There's no real investigations. And I look at things and say, if that kid ran away, and you and I have had this discussion before about that young girl that ran away from this situation, and allegedly her father had molested her for years and years and years, and molested other family members. And the girl ran away and ended up in a southern state, and eventually was relocated back here, but away from her father, based on a lot of political pressure and peer pressure. The cops weren't looking for her.
No.
Let's put it that way.
No.
The cops weren't helping out. And I believe to make a community safe, you've got to protect your youth. You've got to make sure that your youth know that they can come to you, and you've got to make sure that if they run, you got to find them. It's like catching a fugitive. You got to be able to track them down. And because you can't help them if you don't track them down, you can't help them if you don't find them. And then you deal with the ramifications. There's interview specialists that are very well versed in different interview techniques that deal with young people to solicit the information of, were you abused, how have you been abused, et cetera, and working on not getting them into those communities. But you can't put those special tactics and those special skill sets of the interviewers. Some of these police investigators are dynamite at what they do. You can't put that into their hands if you don't put an emphasis on finding our at-risk youth. So of the 5 platform pieces, that one rolls all the way back into things such as prevention of opioids, or ultimately kids falling into that trap.
Family
that goes
issues, right?
Into violence,
right?
Whether it be sexual assaults and things of that nature,
right?
And so that's why that's one of my key platform pieces as well. And again, there's no emphasis on either. Of the 5, there's an emphasis on everything, because we have a serious problem in Washtenaw County. We have a serious problem, and I've laid it out. Kids getting shot, people dropping dead, hundreds of them, no accountability, no transparency. And then you've got this, what I just discussed. At another date and time, I would like to also talk to you, because I know you got a lot of questions about my theories about traffic enforcement versus traffic education.
I'm going to get to all the points. I just wanted you to really get to the at risk, because before we get off into something I don't think is trivial. Traffic, we're going to talk about it. We just had a law change and you can't hold your cell phone.
Right.
And all that. But the thing with the at-risk thing, family dynamic, you know, I've gotten myself out here and I'm really trying to stay away from the politics of it all with working with youth and I'm still somewhat, I don't like using a term, but still somewhat handcuffed, or let's say hamstrung, basically, where I can't do a lot of the things because of the lack of the full expungement. But working with the youth, I've already told the people that I'm working directly with, I want to work with the families. I want to meet moms. I want to meet dads. I want to meet aunts and uncles. I want to meet who's in that kid's life, because that's where the problem starts. The problem doesn't start just because the kid comes into the program and we find some things out. The problem started before they were an at-risk youth. They were just a youth, because truthfully, some kids are at risk when they're born.
Oh, absolutely.
Some kids are at risk.
Oh, absolutely.
We can call them all at-risk youth.
You know,
at that point.
One of the cases I was working on a missing kid, a 9-month-old baby, was eventually found dead, murdered by the babysitter. That baby didn't have a chance. He was born into 2 parents that were meth addicts who went on a meth binge and decided to give another meth addict the babysitting privileges of the day, and the baby died and was murdered. And tragic, but that's the kind of situation you're talking about. Born into at risk right off the bat. And there's a million examples that you could give me as well.
So let me just roll up a little bit here, because I had a situation. We had a lot of comments come in. People have been asking about HIDA, this, that, and the other. But Tria Moore actually says, I was just told it's about to be an emergency release because the jail is overcrowded. So you've got an overcrowded jail, you've got an understaffed jail, and they're about to start letting people go in the hot summer where we've already had a rash of crimes. Now, I don't know how they pick who they let go, you know, because we're not in a COVID situation where they were letting a lot of people go strictly because of COVID, non-violent offenders. Hell, they let some of the violent offenders go during COVID.
Right. There's a law that allows the sheriff to execute that emergency release.
Okay.
With that being said, the jail is not overcrowded. The jail is understaffed. It's a huge difference. The jail can fit well over 300 people. I don't know how many people are there right now.
How can I find out? How can just me off the street, villager on deck? How can I find out how many inmates are in the jail? The jail is ready to house 300 right now.
Well, that's one of my things about accountability and transparency. There's going to be a person that you can call randomly to ask random questions out of the blue at the sheriff's department. That is going to be basically the ombudsman, the PIO, the spokesperson, not just for crime scenes and all that. Somebody cut through the chase. You got a problem? Call this person, and let's just cut through the chase instead of press this button or press that button or press that button.
You get lost in the prompt.
How can you address it? I hate the prompting system.
Yeah.
And because it's another way for government and agencies to hide behind things. And I'm sure everyone listening to this podcast tonight understands how frustrating the prompt system is. But in answer to what the woman had indicated there, what was her name? Tria?
Kasha Tria. Her name is Tria.
Tria. And so
Tria
in regards to what Tria says,
what's up with that? I mean, how would she have gotten something like that anyway?
I'm not exactly sure. I have not heard that. But again, and your listeners have to understand, I am not an employee of the sheriff's department. I speak to some of them frequently. And that grinds, I'm sure, Derek Jackson and Jerry Clayton. I speak to a lot of employees frequently. I have not heard that, but I wouldn't doubt it. And the reason is, it's not because it's overcrowded, it's understaffed. So let me give you an analogy. A car can carry 4 passengers. Perfect. They can carry 4 passengers with no problem. But all of a sudden, the tires go flat. Now you're underflated the tires. That car can only carry 1 person now. So everybody else has to get out of the car because we don't have 4 tires that are working. So what do you got? We don't have enough corrections officers within the jail to supervise this amount of inmates. So we've got to reduce the numbers. Once again, succession planning failed. It could have been done better. And you're putting those employees at risk. And then you know what else you're putting at risk when you have an emergency release like that? Is the community. Now, granted, some people will be fine. They'll get out. Thank God they won't commit any crimes. They did sometime, whatever. But when you have an emergency release, you are taking into account that the judge sentenced people, and you are now deciding they have to go out because I can't take care of them. So who's at risk? The community.
Right.
So you never want to get to that situation. Failure in leadership 101, succession planning. Make sure you're fully staffed.
So I've got a two-parter. They're kind of connecting. I've got Robert Jones, and then I've got Jay Bird. So the first one is, how do you feel about police who patrol but never get out of their vehicle? I didn't know I had it up there. How do you feel about police who patrol but never get out of their vehicle to interact with the communities, like walking through high crime areas?
Oh, I that's a great question. Did Jay ask that one?
That's Robert Jones there.
Okay, Robert Jones.
And
And answer your question, I despise it. I can't stand it when police officers just sit in their cars and do nothing. If they're working on assignment or surveillance or something, I understand that. But if you're just sitting in your car, talking on your phone or doing whatever you're doing, just waiting for the next call, you need to do other things. And there's ways to monitor that. I don't like it, in answer to your question.
Mhm.
I believe you should always be productive for those 8 to 10 to 12 hours you're working, whatever your shift decides or whatever your agency has. So I believe that, and I also believe in things that you should not take your breaks at the police station. You should take your breaks in the community. You should just be present at all times. I'm not saying that I would enforce that rule, but it's things that I would encourage, because presence is what's important. The presence of the officer in the community. And sitting in a car is not being present, but walking up and down like that, walking up and down Cross Street in Ypsilanti, an Ypsilanti or police officer might want to walk up and down Cross Street, have lunch on Cross Street, or a county deputy might want to have lunch somewhere in Ypsilanti Township or whatever. But it's not just having lunch, it's also knocking on doors and going in and introducing yourself. I'm not saying that the sheriff's department road deputies don't do that. I'm sure some of them do. I'm sure some of them don't. But you ask me my feelings, I deplore it, and I think officers should be out of their car much more often. Next question from Jay Bird.
Okay, next question from Jay Bird, and then we're going to come back up to Monica, and she has a question here because we're catching up on the questions. I know we're still says we're almost an hour late, but we're really not, because there's not that many. There was a big gap because they were listening to you cook. How will you involve community residents to affect change? Will you have a community-based commission?
Well, that's part of the Police Oversight Commission, number one, but it is slightly different. And yes, I would, because I want to hear from the community. But you know what? You can't hear from the community unless you're present. You can't dictate it to somebody else. You can't delegate it to somebody else. You, as the sheriff, have to be there and listen to the community. And every community is different. You know, there's West Willow over here, there's Park Ridge over there, there's Chelsea over here, there's and there's Augusta Township. Every community is different. The larger, more populated communities have subcommittees within. I want to hear from them. I want to listen, and I'm going to be there. And that's the thing. If you're not present, you cannot listen. And if you can't listen, you can't communicate and impact change.
And let me ask you this.
How do I feel about community oversight commissions or the exact involvement? Absolutely.
It says, how will you involve community residents? So I see where Jay Bird's going with this, because it supposedly was happening before under the current administration. It's been promised to gonna happen with the two new candidates that are on board right now. But there has to be a plan. For one, they're working up under the same playbook. They're just going to rip the cover off, put a new cover on it, and here's the new playbook. Will they try to implement some new things, possibly, if they're elected? I'm sure they will. The other person hasn't had that backing or executive level policing experience. So maybe the plan that person has is possibly not prepared for a county of 350,000 residents.
Or, yeah, an analogy was given to me about that candidate today. The equivalent of that candidate is like the student teacher wanting to be the principal. You know, you just can't be the student teacher the student teacher, meaning a teacher in training.
Because although you are qualified to be the student teacher, you have credentials to be inside of that institution.
Doesn't mean you can be the principal.
Right.
And that's the analogy that was given to me today. That was perfect. Your heart may be in the right place, but you just don't have the skill sets or the experiences.
Got it. So,
but he's asking about the community, and you're talking about a lot of these programs have been rolled out and then they have failed miserably, or they didn't impact, and then they put another dust jacket on it and created something very similar or whatever. I ask, why did they fail? Why did they have to change? Why did they have to create another program very similar, just put a different name on it? Why? I think a lot of it, they didn't care. They didn't care. They were taking up what they were saying was a cause, and that there were ulterior motives. And part of it was they weren't present as well. Leadership has to be present. You can't delegate. If I've said that once today, I've said it a dozen times, and I apologize to your listeners for repeating it, but it's a key tenet in regards to how I'm going to lead this organization.
These people are out here listening. Some of them that actually live in the county, they're not worried about you repeating something. They've heard the same thing over for the last 15 years. Okay. So repetition is not the problem. It's a lack of commitment or a lack of somebody following through. That's the problem. So that's what Jaybird is saying. She's saying, how will you involve community residents? Now, you've got communities all over the county. I talked about the police. Why don't we see community Zooms? Every neighborhood back in the day had a neighborhood watch. Neighborhood watch signs were everywhere. You had sometimes neighborhood leaders. You've got political leaders. You've got NAACP. You've got the spiritual leaders out here. Then you've got your political and your elected officials and appointed officials. Why aren't these people connecting? And I think it's because they've politicized it to the point where they're only going to cross the line so much. But truthfully, nobody's going to cross Jerry. And you're not saying that. I'm saying that. I'm not on camera. So let me just go ahead and say that. Ken is not saying that. I'm saying that.
But I understand it.
You understand it, but it's not about you against Jerry. It's not even right now. It's not about you and Derek and you and Alicia. It's not about that. What's happened is they were fed a line. They were fed a story at some point in time over the last 15 years, and things didn't follow through. So how will you involve the community residents? Because they've already seen how the other people that have been put in place.
Well, you're talking about Zoom broadcasts. Zooms are great. You can use Zooms as a follow-up while you're meeting with the community, but you have to be present.
You got to be present.
And you can have people who can't be at that meeting, but you have to be there. You have to be able to handshake. You have to be able to hear someone speak. You have to see the sweat on their brow. You have to see the tears in their eyes when they're talking about what's happening in their community. And you have to encourage them to not just voice your concerns to you as the sheriff, but you have to tell them to voice their concerns to everybody, to demand change.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that's going on in our community is same thing every year for several years. Crime is getting worse, and we keep on electing people. And some of even our county commissioners, they turn a blind eye. They don't care. They say, oh, this is a wonderful program because somebody says it is. Where's the accountability? Where's the transparency? Where's the checks and balances?
Right.
Why doesn't the police oversight committee come in and say, no, this program is not effective? As a matter of fact, they wasted $400,000 on community mental health money that could have gone someplace else because you engaged the sheriff's department to utilize one of their employees over there.
Right.
I'm sorry, but there's no oversight. So, Jaybird, I want to be present. I want to deal with the community. I want to hold community forums. I don't want this once a year type of thing. I want it frequently. I have an abundant amount of energy. I never stop moving. And the reason I can say that is my successes over the last 33 years in law enforcement have proven that. And if you don't have a lot of energy, if you're not working out, if you're not staying true to yourself health-wise, you're not going to last. You're not going to be able to continue the endurance. And I've been successful for it for 33 years, and I don't see any reason why I can't be successful for it for 8 to 12 more years.
So Tamara has put a comment in. Actually, she's lobbying for that job you just talked about, somebody being a part of that community. Now we'll get back to that in a minute. I left Jerry Clayton a message the Tuesday after Father's Day. That would have been the 20th, the day after Juneteenth. And still haven't heard back from him or even his assistant regarding the Father's Day murder over in Cobble Creek, Stevens Drive area. So she's directly connected to that situation, knew the victim. Man had 4 children. And I guess the suspect has been apprehended. I don't know if he was apprehended with the alleged weapon that he killed the man with. But to leave a message regarding a murder, they don't know what she has. She might have pertinent information.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What if he did get caught and didn't have the weapon? She may have the actual weapon. Why hasn't no one called her back just to say, what you want? What you want? We got him. We got him. We don't need you anymore. Why hasn't anybody said anything to her?
Well, the emperor needs a new set of clothing, number one, because the emperor thinks that he's not accountable to people. But again, this sheriff's race is not about Jerry Clayton. This is about changing the culture and the dynamics and the accountability of the sheriff's department.
Well, his assistant would be Derek Jackson.
One of them.
So, yeah,
one of them.
He's the community engagement officer.
Right.
Why isn't he engaging with the community on this?
I would think somebody would hand a note to Derek Jackson and at least call this individual and say, what do you got? You know, I can't speak as to why they didn't. All I can tell you is this, that if they're listening to this broadcast right now, they should be finding
they won't listen live because they get
they should be
found
finding
out.
your note and number and calling you first thing tomorrow morning, because once again, being present in leadership is going to take care of some of those problems. Where if you're available at least once a week in a public forum to sit down and talk to people, you could walk right in there and say, why didn't you return my call from 4 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
You could do that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no reason why. Like I said, this once a year crap is out the door for me. So, you know, it's you're looking at my schedule. It's going to be right online. You'll know when I'm available. You can walk in and say, I know he's here. I see it on the thing. Now, am I going to be able to meet each and every person each and every time? Probably not. But you know what? I'll be damned if I don't try my hardest to.
And this is what I want to do right now, because we haven't spent a lot of time on outside situations because we don't need to. This was about people getting to learn you. And we've tackled opiates. We've tackled accountability and transparency. We've tackled addressing runaways. We haven't really talked about homelessness with teenagers, but
it falls in the same category.
But it falls into the same category. You've talked about thinking outside of the badge, you know, diversity, equity, inclusion. That's where a lot of that stuff comes in. And when you think about DEI, you don't think about it in the quintessential Democratic Party way, because the way the Democratic Party looks at DEI is sickening to me. Okay, it's actually sickening to me. So I don't really want to get too much into that. But the traffic violations, because that's where a lot of the interactions with people, and I always start with home, a lot of the police interactions with people, with Black people, happen with traffic violations. Initial police interactions. Most people aren't out here committing a crime. They're not out here sticking a gun in people's faces. So their interaction with the police generally happens with traffic violations. Things have changed drastically over the years. Hell, I remember getting stopped on Huron Street right next to the courthouse building with a buddy of mine, and Irvin Mitchell, serial rapist, 6'7", 6'8" easy. They caught him walking over Broadway Bridge with some gloves on that resembled the gloves of an alleged rape victim seen. They caught him, got him. I had been pulled out of a car with a buddy of mine. I'm 5'9" on a good day. He's 5'8", 5'9". They ran us through. They knew they were looking for somebody that was a foot taller than us, but they ran us through, went through the car, all kinds of shit. This is back when they were looking for Irvin Mitchell, Ervin Mitchell. This guy didn't look nothing like us. We probably both weighed at least 50 to 100 pounds more than he did, even though he's a foot taller. But this is what Ann Arbor used to do. This is what the county's done. This is what Pittsfield was notorious for. If you had any melanin in your skin in the 80s and the 90s, and you drove through Pittsfield Township, you was getting pulled over. It was a known thing. Traffic violations have gone back and forth during Jerry's tenure. I heard, yeah, people ain't getting pulled out of their cars, getting their ass whooped like they did with Menzie and Scheibel in charge. I get it. But through that time, we've now got the license plate readers and we've got all kinds of stuff that's should enable like more effectiveness with police work. But now they're saying, what, you can't have your cell phone. They say you can't have your cell phone. And at the same time, they said now tinted windows aren't even an issue. Tinted windows aren't an issue. Broken tail light's not an issue. A license plate light. Everything that they've been stopping black people for since beginning of time is not going to be an issue. But you can't have your cell phone. How will you address, because I know that it is a component in the WCSO, how will you address and at least possibly give input to the other police agencies as to traffic enforcement? Because it's a bag, Kenny. Traffic tickets and all kinds of stuff. It's a bag.
Cash.
It's a bag. How are these police agencies going to survive if ain't nobody getting stopped for all the stuff that they've been getting stopped for the last 50, 60 years?
All right.
How is that going to affect? Is everybody really going to abide by that lackadaisical attitude with traffic or tail lights, headlights, tinted windows, whatever? Are people going to really abide by that in these smaller communities? You think that's going to really happen around here?
Well, let me start off by saying a lot of traffic enforcement has been done under the guise of racial profiling.
Okay.
And that's a no-no. It's wrong. It shouldn't happen. And there's data that suggests that it does happen, depending on what jurisdiction you're looking at throughout the country. And it does happen. But the bottom line is, I do not encourage, nor will I tolerate racial profiling. Let's just get that out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Period. Now let's move on to traffic enforcement versus traffic education.
Okay.
I want to start something that I believe should be a national phenomena.
Okay.
And that is this. And this is where I talk about taking my 33 years of law enforcement and seeing things. And there's certain things where you've got to be tough, and there's other things where you can be very compassionate.
Mm-hmm.
Monica Ross Williams earlier today in one of those questions used the word public safety.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question, Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
If I stop you and issue you a ticket for doing 40 miles an hour in a 25 mile an hour zone, have I made the public any safer?
No.
None. What have I done?
Pissed me off.
Piss you off, had a negative interaction, et cetera, et cetera. What
Right.
did you do? You broke the rules.
Right.
You broke what's called a civil infraction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how do we hold you accountable? Police officers have discretion.
Mm-hmm.
They can say, hey, slow it down, have a great day, do whatever the case may be, or I'm writing you a ticket. And
Mhm.
that ticket, you just got nailed $200.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anything made the world a safer place by any of that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to create a program where I talk about traffic enforcement versus traffic education.
Okay.
I want my officers to be able to write citations that are warnings that turn into tickets if you don't do the following. So instead of writing a person a $200 running a stop sign ticket, they get a warning. And they say, sir, I'm issuing a warning because you ran that stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that this could be a terrible burden on your family to have to pay a $200 fine.
Mm-hmm.
I also know for a fact that it would probably raise your insurance rates. But the sheriff of Washtenaw County has instituted a program where you're going to go home and you got 30 days to take a 25-minute online course as to why we don't run. It's basically a refresher traffic safety class.
Mm-hmm.
And at the very end of that, it will say, thank you very much for taking the class. You're going to answer just a few questions to prove that it was you. You maybe even, it might even be a photograph of you taking the class. I don't know, almost like a proctoring type of thing.
Absolutely.
So it's absolutely
Find
happening.
a face. And if it's your
Exactly.
face, and you can take the test.
And then you put your citation number down and the ticket is dismissed.
Right.
Not only that, but at the end of it, it will have a sponsor. How do I want to pay for this program? I want to have sponsors. Could be State Farm or AAA or an insurance company. Could be Domino's Pizza. And it would say something like, on behalf of the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department, as well as Domino's Pizza, we would like to thank you for keeping our streets safer and taking the time to encourage yourself to learn about more safety tactics. And here is a half-price pizza or whatever the case may be, or this will allow you to get a discount rates on your insurance or whatever. My point is, find the private sector to help finance this program. What have I done there? You just talked about some scenarios, right? Where you said something like black people are getting stopped all the time or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're in Ypsilanti, right? You're downtown Ypsilanti, you're driving and you get a ticket for $200. You can't pay that ticket because
Mhm.
you don't have $200. So all of a sudden what happens? There's a bench warrant, or you get a suspended license.
Mm-hmm.
You get the suspended license, your insurance rates. Wait a minute, your insurance rates aren't rising because you're not even paying insurance because you can't afford it.
Right.
Therefore, it makes the public even less safe.
Right.
Because now you got an uninsured driver over, and somebody gets in an accident, somebody gets hurt. You've got all sorts of problems financially with hospital bills and things of that nature.
And let me do something, because I know you probably haven't been here the way I have. An uninsured driver doesn't necessarily mean they're a danger to the community, but there's a reason why they're an uninsured driver. One's out of affordability. Two, a lot of times it could be, I don't give a shit about insurance. So they are putting the community at risk because they're not protected, and the person that they hit won't be protected the same way. They may have to go to their insurance. So there's a reason why you want insured drivers, licensed drivers, responsible drivers is what you're looking for. And we've got too much of that out in the county. Somebody just took off. I heard about somebody having a warrant, and he took off, and it was all traffic infractions. He probably wouldn't have spent the night in jail, but he took off and put the community at risk by going on a chase. Traffic violations.
And you never know what is going through the mind of that individual. But as I move back to my plan, Shannon, that not only are you now educating the person, you are also not creating a financial burden on that person, because that financial, by not getting insurance, means he might not be able to drive his car because he doesn't have insurance, or he might not even be able to pay for a car. And not everybody's car payment is $300, $400. You can buy cars out there that are much cheaper. But my point is this: many of these people that were receiving those tickets were financially hindered in the first place. Now, I want to stop that. Now, I realize there are habitual driving drivers, and the system will be built to create a checks and balance system. You know, did this person get 4 warnings in the last month?
Right.
You know, that obviously I'm going to look at that kind of thing.
Sure.
But for the most part, there are so many people out there that have negative interactions. Number one, traffic enforcement does nothing to keep us safe. Nothing. Education does keep us safe. So I'm not talking about drunk driving and reckless driving and things that people are doing where they're committing crimes, as opposed to civil infractions, driving under the influence, whatever the case may be. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the random traffic patrol stop because somebody rolled a stop sign, or they're doing 45 or whatever the case may be. And it could be a ticket initiated during a traffic accident as well. You can still issue a warning to somebody and find them in fault in the investigation. The officer has a lot of discretion. People would say, how will you pay for this program if you're not generating the money? Well, first off, the majority of money generated from tickets does not go to the police department. The majority of it doesn't. Every department, every state, every jurisdiction, they've got different. It's a complicated process, but I just want people to know that the $200 you pay just doesn't go to the Washtenaw County Sheriff's office. Sure. It doesn't. Sure. It goes for a lot of other things. A lot of it's to pay court costs, and part of it is divided up into different things. And it's much more of a, almost like an accountant's worksheet. Sure. That you got to work with. But people say, well, if it's used to pay for some of the court costs, how are you going to supplement that money? What is my response to that, Shannon? I'm being direct, point blank, folks. As the sheriff, it's not my responsibility. My responsibility is the safety of the people. And if the safety of the people means I educate them, and we're not putting a tax on them and fining them because of the civil infraction, but we've educated and made the world a safer place, so be it. The other entities are going to have to find their money someplace else, whether it be through the lottery, whether it be, I don't know, whether it be through a millage, whether it be through grants, whether it be through taxes. I don't know, but it's not totally my responsibility. It's important for us all to work together. True. But I don't want to have to say that we're going to write a certain amount of tickets so we can fund this over here and over there. That's unfair to the people. That's not public safety. Like you said, it's a big bag of cash, and it's the police don't take the cash, nor should they. And there should never be ticket quotas. There should never be requirements for people to write, or officers to write a certain amount of tickets.
Mhm.
And that's the way I look at things. Traffic enforcement versus traffic safety. I think if we could do that, you would find a lot of communities that are marginalized in a certain way have a much better perspective and outlook on being able to obtain vehicles, obtain insurance, which then also allows them to obtain employment. So I hope that's pretty clear. So that's what I talk about, thinking outside of the badge. That's what I talk about, 33 years of seeing things and reading things and studying things.
From a logical standpoint.
What's that?
You're thinking things from a logical standpoint. I mean, a practical standpoint. And that's what I've wanted people to see, because it cooked my grits. You already know this. It cooked my grits when that little blurb that Derek Jackson put out and said, you know, one candidate would take us back to the draconian policing style, and then the other candidate would be fanciful and dreamy or something. I can't remember exactly. It was an insult to both you and his other.
And he was referring to me as draconian. And for those of you who don't know, draconian is a word that's named after a former leader in one of the triple digit centuries, meaning we're in 4 digits now, by the name of Drago, who would use draconian punishment to people. So you were caught stealing, he'd cut off your hand, or he'd lock you up, and they'd beat you. Draconian means being so harsh on people. And I'm quite the opposite. I think, Shannon, if you look at my platform, I'm more progressive than any other candidate, because I was having a conversation earlier today with an elected official, and I said, you can be very progressive in your thoughts, but still run a dynamite crime-fighting agency to make the world a safer place. I don't see why you can't.
Right.
But be accountable, be transparent, hold your oath, do the things you've got to do, let people know what you're trying to do, and say you're in it for the people, and be still progressive. And those are progressive values, everything I've talked about. But I don't think the other candidates hold a candle to my platform, number one. And any strategies they've had, I see serious flaws in them.
Right. I have to go to Dawn's comment, because she did, who was it? Loretta Lynn, Stand By Your Man. Is that Loretta Lynn?
I think it was.
Okay.
Or was it Tammy Wynette?
Tammy Wynette. Okay.
One of the two.
Well, I remember Jake and Elwood singing it when they were at the Country Bar and the Blues Brothers, and they sung after they sung Rawhide.
Well,
like
Dawn and I won't
times.
be singing it at a country bar, but
right.
But what's she have to say? Because I can't.
So she says, when Kenny says he will be present, he is 100% pure in his statement. And if anyone gives him a call, they can guarantee you to get a call back. She misspelled it because she was typing fast. She was standing by her man. She wasn't worried about her grammar. She said, that's who he is. That's what he does. And she corrected herself down there. I appreciate your comment, Don. Now, thing is, that's been your key this whole thing tonight. Being present. Because you don't have to just be physically present, Kenny. You've got to be mentally present. You got to be connected to it. And we've talked umpteen times, not only about the lack of physical presence, but does he really have the same zeal for the job that he might have had in 2009? Because, see, I can go back to 2009 when I really wasn't around here. And I can say, okay, he was ignorant. He didn't really understand the whole depth of being the sheriff. He had been around a lot. He probably looked at a lot of things and said, I can use a little bit of that. I can try this.
We're talking about Jerry.
We're talking about Jerry. But 15 years later, we fast forward 15 years later, he's not ignorant anymore. He's well educated. He's well versed. He's well rehearsed. But his presence lacks. And it's not just about his physical presence. Personally, I think he's put people in charge of things, possibly trusting them to do the right thing, or maybe he had too many other things to do. I think he's put people in play to do things, to say, okay, you start this program, and then I'm going to swoop in and be the sheriff and show I got this in order and I got this in order. But some of those programs never pan out. And when they don't pan out, you never hear much about them. They did something on April Fool's Day. They did something on the beginning of May. Both connected to the Washtenaw County Democratic Party, both inundated with the Supreme Felons. Derek Jackson's deputized neighborhood watch program. Got it. What else has there been? Since then, 8 murders. I did the cast when it was 8 at 17 days.
Don't even. It's supreme felons. I don't think you should even.
I'm not.
Put
I'm
them
not.
in the
But
category
I'm,
of a neighborhood watch program, because the community people that spoke earlier today, they do community neighborhood watches, and I admire that and all that.
I
Supreme
get what,
felons is nowhere close to a neighborhood watch.
but
Please continue.
this is what they said they were going to do. They said they were going to clean up the neighborhoods.
I realize
Justin Hodge
I realize that. I guess what I'm saying is the word neighborhood watch is for Auntie Susie to look out her window every day, and family members to look out, and they're looking into their community, and they're making sure their community is safe. They live right there, and every neighborhood has their own branch of it. They are not the same thing.
They're not that.
I just wanted to clarify that, because there are a lot of good people.
Look, I got smart people watching this. The dumb ones aren't saying anything. The dumb ones are going to go back and they're going to support people that are just giving them word salad right now. So trust and believe. You've got people listening to Kenny. They're never going to say a word, but they wanted to hear you talk tonight. And I'm not scared to talk about the Supreme Felons, Derek Jackson, or anybody out here who's faking the funk. Because that's me. That's what I'm about. The views of Shannon McFall, the Villager on Deck, Friedman Media, whatever you say, are not necessarily the views of Kenny Magee. But we got to call cats cats. They were put in play. They were given the bag to stop, maybe not stop, but help slow down crime in the
How much was in that bag?
I think it was 1.2 million. I didn't count. I didn't stay around to get the count.
How many questions were asked?
Hey, look, you're asking me some stuff that I don't know. But what I do know is there were multiple apps put through. The apps were misstated. They had people put in positions that should have never ever been able to garner $1.2 million. But we're talking now. You're going to make me go off in the area I don't need to be.
And how many applications from other agencies that already had proven results applied for jobs that didn't get a penny?
I don't know, because I count the Ypsilanti area discussion posts and the discernments and
a lot.
They all applied for money and they got either something not desired or helpful or nothing. But one group got $1.2 million to slow down crime in 48197 and 48198. And it was bullshit because it was all doctored up by Derek Jackson, by Jerry Clayton, Marvin Gundy, Greg Dill signed off on it, the Board of County Commissioners. So you're in a situation that, I'm not looking to make friends here tonight. I'm not ever looking to make friends. But the thing is, people don't know the truth about that. That's why I said they're not even flies on my wall. When I talk about them and I directly connect Derek Jackson. Because Brian Foley, Billy Cole, any of the cats that's in there, they're the two front people, whether it be Jeanette Hatton, any of them, they would have never, ever been able to take their packaged unit that they allegedly said that they created themselves, that we know they did not, and took it to any.
Who created it?
Derek Jackson, Marvin Gundy. And there's proof. There's text messages in black and white. They created the Supreme Felons, but we don't want to go there. What I'm saying is they would have never been able to take what they had said they packaged up and sold it anywhere outside of Washtenaw County.
Tell your listeners where they can read more about this in a more concise.
People know about Pat Lesko. They know about Ann Arbor Independent. She done wrote everything from A to Z on this situation. The problem is it's being suppressed by the Washtenaw County Democratic Party. And I'm not looking to make no enemies here for Kenny tonight, but people have turned their head and they've turned a blind eye to all the stuff that's gone on at WCSO. That's why nobody really wants to talk about this stuff. But my thing with you was, you come on and talk about your platform, and you've talked about your key points. This was not tonight to tell everybody everything. This is not a strategy session. It was a meet and greet, basically. Those who ask questions, those who put things up, which their faces on popsicle sticks at parades. Yeah, I'd never seen a sheriff candidate have a fat head. When I saw a sheriff candidate have a fat head, I was like, boy, he's big time. He's big time. He's got kids walking around.
It's not me.
Well, we know it's not you. You passed out candy. I drove the Trans Am. We did. Right now behind Kenny is a cardboard sign. I mean, Kenny's dumping a lot of money into this campaign with a self-painted cardboard sign. He's got his T-shirt on. He thought he'd bring out the 1978 Trans Am because it was pretty cool to drive into the parade. That's kind of what you do. Derek Jackson brought out a white convertible Chevy Camaro, real sleek, real smooth. You know, I mean, I get that because he's got the war chest and he can go get that car. Kenny could have went and got a Trans Am. He could have went and got a Mustang, but he's not trying to flash people. He's not trying to showcase something that he's not. And fatheads, really? You guys are really supporting somebody that's got a fat head? And like I said, the views of Shannon McFall, the Villager on Deck, are not necessarily the views of Ken Magee. But the fathead thing was kind of funny. We already laughed about that privately. So don't get a fathead, Kenny. Please do not get a fathead.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Right.
And I think Dawn would kill me if I did.
Right. We don't need that. So the thing is, this was a great discussion. This is a great discussion to have because we got things out that we needed to talk about. We wanted to talk about your platform, and we hit all 5 key points. And if you're not and have not looked at MageeForSheriff.com, the number 4, Magee for Sheriff, you need to. All right, you need to see where Kenny's been. You need to see where Kenny's at, and you need to see where Kenny's trying to take this county. If you don't do that, don't complain. Please don't complain. I don't want to hear shit from nobody. If y'all gonna sit there and support people that you know are ill-qualified, that have questionable backgrounds, have questionable past, have questionable present, how can they have a fruitful future? If they've been questionable in the past and they're questionable right now, how could they be? How are they going to do an about face next August? Well, really not next August. They'll win that, and then you got to wait a couple months, and then how are they going to do it? How are they going to do it? You don't have a plan. And all the talking points that I see the other 2 candidates use, man, they're laid out and played out. And now they got a thing that they've been doing every month, and it's so funny because what you're going to do? Washtenaw County says, or Ann Arbor says, and I'm sure other cities are going to try to pick up on it a little bit at least. They're not going to stop people for this, that, and the other. Will Ipsy take over that? Will Kirk Moore look at Ann Arbor's thing and say, hey, we need to slow up on that. We need to stop doing this. Will Chelsea, will Celine, will this, will that? We'll see. But if they don't, now you're going to have discrepancies because now you got an Ann Arbor resident who ventures over into Celine and they get stopped for tinted windows. Well, that's Ann Arbor's ordinance. That's not Celine's ordinance. So are we going to have an issue there? We're going to have a situation in Ipsy where, hey, let's call cats. Ipsy Township, lower income than, per capita. Is that what we got to put on it? Than Ann Arbor? Who's more likely to have a tail light out? License plate light out? Maybe no insurance, maybe no license. Police can run you now and tell whether your shit's correct. You going to get behind somebody and see that they not correct and you not going to stop them? No, you're going to go get that bag because that's what you're doing because that's Ann Arbor's ordinance. Or is everybody around the county going to adopt those same type of rules and think more about driver safety, driver education versus those few coins that they're going to get? And then those possible negative interactions that can lead to God knows what. I mean, we've got to start thinking about things, I don't know, just for the future. Not what they've been. We've got to start thinking about them for the future. And I don't believe anybody is in tune. I haven't heard any other police agency or any other city say, and I follow pretty much everybody's page, say that they're going to look to adopt what Ann Arbor's got going. Because, Ann Arbor's always looked at as tree huggers and, and the flower people and this, that, and the other. I don't believe it's pie in the sky. I think it's actually a pretty good thing because at this point, if you got cameras, you got license plate readers, hey, don't chase them down. Click that license plate. Send them that little postcard that you send people when they got a traffic infraction. Let them know, we saw you at 4th and Main. Your light was out, bam, bam, bam. Within 30 days, we need you to come on down to the police station. Show us that those lights are working. And then also look up www.wcsodrivesafety.com.org, whatever, and check this out. Do that whole facial recognition. Make sure they take the course. We've got to start having some accountability. I think we lack accountability, not just with the police, but with the community. If it's a young driver, parents got to get involved. I think parents need to be on that call, on that whatever, if they're under 21 or under 18, they probably would be, but under 21, because we've lost a few youngins around here running from the police. 18, 19 years old, and it's going to get worse. Now they're putting that pressure on people where you can't use your cell phone. So took the cell phone from everybody. I get it. What are you going to have? You're going to have people getting run into because people are going to start taking off at stoplights, and that person that's at the front of the stoplight looking at their cell phone, they're going to get rear-ended. You're going to make people try to pull over and this, that, and the other. There's going to be all types of stuff happening with this no cell phone thing. I'll see. I can't wait for the 3-year study. But anyways, the main thing for you got your points out tonight. You got your points out. And the people who ask questions, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all because you asked thorough questions. Some of the faces were new to me. Some of them were familiar to Kenny, and then a lot of them were familiar to me. So I appreciate that. What's going to happen the next time we get on here? It won't be so regimented. We'll focus on one thing. But we see what we're not going to do is we're not going to give a blueprint so these other candidates can go out here and start doing it. Because what's about to happen with this one candidate's plan, they've been doing this lately. Every month or every couple months, they do a thing where they bring you in and check your car out. They're kind of like, community people. And if you got brake lights out, they're putting your brake light in. And if you got this and they're doing that and they're doing that. Well, that's all about to go bye-bye because they ain't going to stop you for all that stuff no more. So what's your next plan? What's your next plan? Jerry Clayton about a year ago said he was going to send underprivileged kids through driver's education. I ain't heard of one kid that went through driver's ed, got his driver's license, because I clown that too. What you going to send them to driver's school for? They don't have cars. So you're going to give a kid a driver's license, but his mama don't have a car. His daddy don't have a car. They on public transportation, Jerry. Why would you put them through driver's training? Because they said that a lot of kids' first interaction deals with traffic court. And you got too many kids out here driving without licenses. Driving what? The people that he's talking about putting through driver's training, these people ain't got cars. How about we help people acquire resources so maybe they can acquire enough resources to get a car? Substantive living does a lot for you. We need to get to the root of it. Stop putting frosting on the same pile of shit. It's not a cake. And that's what's been happening in the county for the last 15 years. Now, I said I wouldn't soapbox it, but I waited all this time and I'm bursting at the seams with it. So, Kenny, for you, we covered traffic. That was our last thing that we covered. But we covered the opiate situation. We covered accountability and transparency. We were there with the runaways and homeless teenagers with the at-risk situation because we got a huge problem that nobody talks about. Remember the kid I forwarded you was either MacArthur or Nottingham. They said he crawled out his window. Crawled out his window Saturday. Family didn't call till Sunday, which is still some weird shit to me. But the WCSO didn't put it public until Tuesday. He left Saturday, didn't get reported till Sunday, but they didn't make it public till Tuesday. Police accountability, police transparency, addressing runaways. And I haven't heard an update, and I've asked.
And there should be a way to get an update every day.
Every day.
Should be a way to just click on it and find out.
Just whatever the status is, just like when you mail something and you can track it. There should be a tracking of that situation because there's a case number. Put in that particular case number. Oh, that kid was found safe and he's at home now. But I haven't seen an update, which scares me.
One of the things as a federal agent, when I was a federal agent for 23 years, almost 24 years, was accountability was huge and tracking and where evidence was every step of the way, where reports were, where you were as a status in an investigation. And there's no reason why that can't be incorporated into the sheriff's department as well, just not just the accountability for evidence and things of that nature, but on certain cases where companies should be able to say, what happened to that little kid? Well, let's click on this because, and every other day there's an update. Still missing. If that's the update, fine.
Right.
But at least you know.
At least you have something.
We don't know right now, do we?
There has absolutely been no update. And this kid could be home sleep right now. I would hope that this kid is home sleeping right now.
I hope so.
But when you don't have an update and then what we've had go on over the last several weeks, like I said, we're at 16 murders. We had 8 murders going into June. Then we had 8 in June.
Well, some people talk about right now, they're on the right side of history. And with all those kids getting killed, no.
I'm on the left.
You're on the wrong side.
Yeah, they're on the wrong side. I'm on the left
side of history.
because they're not on the right. How are you on the right side of history when they've had 2 vigils over on George Place? WCSO wasn't over there. Supreme felons were. The city of Ypsilanti mayor was. Annie Somerville was over there. But where was the podium set up for Derek Jackson to be out there? Was it because there was no news camera? I mean, they did some Facebook Lives. I saw the Facebook Lives. Derek tends to only really come out right now when it's 2, 4, and 7 at the helm. That to me is like political campaigning too. I'm only coming out if it's worth my while.
Well, he's got the public information officer title and he's out there. And just because you report about crime doesn't mean you know how to solve crime, stop crime, or prevent strategies. And I think the strategies that he's putting out there as to how to impact crime and fight crime. I think it's you've touched on it.
There's no plan.
It's somewhat ridiculous in a certain way. Do people deserve second chances? All day long?
Absolutely.
I'm all for it.
Absolutely.
Second and third and fourth chances. However, sometimes law enforcement has to stand side by side with those individuals who are victims that no longer have an opportunity to have a second chance. You utilize the term lived experiences, and these lived experiences are going to help us fight crime in the community. And that's our answer. Well, call me old-fashioned, but I'm going to also stand side by side with those individuals that don't have an experience of living anymore.
Right.
The victims. I'm going to stand side by side with the victims of murders and rape and victims of pedophiles that are out there. Well, and I see some of the things you were talking about earlier, and we'll get into a deeper discussion. But if your strategy to combat the violence and the crime solely relies on what you were just talking about a little bit earlier, who would really look at that and say, that's a solid plan, and that is the only plan? And I'm so disappointed in that, because it means more people are going to die.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to die a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then what are going to push the can down the road a little bit? Well, this program didn't work, so let's put another name on it.
But see, that's the thing. They're running out of programs. They're running out of names. The only thing they haven't ran out of is money. And they're going to continue to get the monies, whether it be statewide, federal wide, they're going to get the monies to push these nothing plans together. Now, we've had some personal questions in there, and Monica, I didn't mean to negate your question, because what I want to do, I want Ken to be able to wrap up here, but the protection of our citizens has been an issue. And I want to end with 2 questions, one from Monica and one from Frida. Monica's question: an assault and battery occurred to my person, witnessed by up to 6 individuals at a church. She was assaulted in a church, Kenny. Okay, she was literally assaulted in a church. Equally, the audio of this assault was recorded. The recording was offered to the WCSO a day after the multi-witness assault and battery. Yet the investigative deputy never contacted me. She was assaulted. I'd seen kind of like a sideways video of it. She has actual audio of it, clear audio, because other people were recording and stuff there. Yet the initial investigative deputy never contacted me. I know this happens to be at least 3 months old now. This happens to be at least 3 months old. She could tell us exactly how old, but I know it's at least 3 months old. What was strange was a week and a half later, I was contacted by local media asking questions of the existence of the audio. Meanwhile, a month after the assault and battery, I visited, and I don't know exactly where the rest of her comment was.
Well, the question is, why didn't the deputy follow up?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a police oversight commission, Monica could go to them and say, I was ignored, or she could plead her case there if she did not have any success at the sheriff's department. I believe what happened with Monica here in the situation that she's describing, why is the deputy not following up? Why is he not following up?
Mm-hmm.
He was told not to.
He's the investigative deputy.
He was probably told not to for whatever reason. And guess what?
Mm-hmm.
It's important to her to know, and it's important for everybody else to know what was the reason. If the deputy called us and called her and said, we are not going to do anything more because of A, B, C, or D, she might not agree with it, but at least she would know.
Mm-hmm.
But she is now being kept in the dark. The guy never contacts her.
Mm-hmm.
And chances are he was told, drop it for a lot of reasons. And why that would happen, I don't know. And what do I mean by that? And that is accountability and transparency. Monica should be able to know why that deputy was told to drop it. Monica should know why that officer isn't calling her back. Monica should have some repercussions to sit there and say to someone, can somebody else look at this? Because I was assaulted. My assault was in person. It was recorded. It was videotaped. My God, what else do you need? At least do the report and let it go to the prosecutor and let him to determine if it's going to go any further.
Can I give you what I know? Kathy Wyatt was at that meeting. And if anybody doesn't know who Kathy Wyatt is, just look up Jerry Clayton's staff. Look up people that are directly connected to the Washtenaw County Democratic Party. Look up people that are connected to it's the election thing. She calls and wants to know if people want signs put in their yards. She was at that meeting. She actually talked to the investigative deputy. I do know this. I believe she helped put the brakes on the investigation so where it would go nowhere.
To protect her friend?
To protect her friend who was the assailant, or the husband of the assailant, which is her friend as well. So with that being said, and that's me saying, and not Ken saying it because I know who was there that night. These types of things have happened for years and nobody says anything about it. That's why I said we can have these discussions if we want. We can let this next 13 months go if we want, and then still click it the way you've been clicking it. But Scott Old Danny said, Monica, you are 100% correct. However, as police, we are here to protect and serve no matter what. Scott sounds like he's in law enforcement. Whether it's a murder investigation or an elderly resident whose TV won't work right, everyone looks to the police for help, and we show up to solve their problems. The issue is today's society dictates that police act as social workers. Talked about this to everyone and treat violent criminals like misbehaving children. Ken has my vote.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Oldani. And he's got a good point there. And it does sound like Scotty, in fact, he is a police officer. I can tell by exactly what he said. And I happen to believe I know him. So with that being said, as he's saying, Monica's exactly right. I believe that if Scott Oldani had more time to write, he would probably say it would be up to me to do the investigation as a police officer and not have the interference from anybody in my administrative staff to put the brakes on it. Mm-hmm. And then it's up to the prosecutor to decide, was a crime committed? It was Monica Ross Williams assaulted, or whether this didn't occur the way she described it. The guy's got to be able to do his investigation. And the bottom line is, if what happened, what you just dictated could have happened, if that did happen, we have a serious problem there.
Right.
We have a serious problem there.
Right.
Interfering and influencing, obstructing a criminal investigation. Guess what? If what you said occurred,
mm-hmm.
there should be 2 investigations going on.
Mm.
One on the assault,
mm-hmm.
and one on the obstruction.
Mm-hmm.
Let's thank you, Monica, for pointing that out.
And that's crazy. I never thought about that. So the investigative reporter had a job to do and didn't do it. Yeah, the officer wasn't able to do their job at the request or influence of someone who really shouldn't have been in a place of power there. I thought she was supposed to be there supporting someone else in their neighborhood meeting.
Yeah, you shouldn't interfere with a police investigation, period, no matter who you are. Let's just say that it wasn't the secretary, but another police officer that came over and tried to interfere with it. Same thing. No, it's not your case. It's not your situation.
You're obstructing justice.
Let's just say it's the mayor. Let's just say it's a council person. Let's say it's a church parishioner.
Right.
Whatever.
Right.
Stay away. Let
Got
the
it.
police do their job.
Got it.
But don't. And then if you do have influence and you take it one step further and you influence a police investigation, believe me, I've seen it where people believe because they have the power, either money or power, they can do things to influence investigations. I've seen it. I've been a victim of it, and I've stopped it. I've stopped it dead in its tracks and said, I'm not going to tolerate it. I didn't care about the ramifications for me, but I'm not going to let somebody do that.
Right.
And if what you said is true, there should be 2 investigations. You said you had a few other questions.
So I have one from Frida, and I mean, and this here is because we don't want to go down this road of pedos and whatnot, because we're going to talk about these types of situations on isolated incidents. In the state of Michigan, is a biological parent who is a tier 3 registered sex offender allowed to have custody of their child? The monster raped, stabbed, and beat a woman. My understanding is no, even if they are the biological parent. That she said that in a follow-up question. So what do you know about a parent, biological parent, who is a tier 3 registered sex offender? I would anticipate that's pretty serious.
Yes. Keep on going.
Allowed to have custody of their child.
The same one that they molested. And
see, and she doesn't state that. Right. I don't believe that,
exactly.
I don't believe this person raped that child, but it says the monster raped, stabbed, and beat a woman. So this is a separate case, but they've been granted custody of a child. Someone that's done something that heinous, I believe that's what Frida is asking. Should they be allowed to have custody of a child, even though the crime wasn't perpetrated against the child? And I don't even know if it was against the child's mother, but the facts are they raped, beat, and, stabbed a woman.
Well, again, Frida, it's a complicated issue, but I'll try my best to answer it. A lot of custodial decisions are made by a judge in a family court situation.
Sure.
Sometimes family court judges have no clue what's going on in the other world, meaning the criminal courts. They may have an idea, but they don't really live in that world. Mm-hmm. So they may turn around and say, yes, they grant custody. Now, if that person was the victim, the actual child that was being given custody to the pedophile who was molesting, I think that would be illegal, because what you've got there is you've got an endangerment of the child issue. It's already been proven, et cetera, et cetera. But once again, it's all about court orders. Now, when a police officer shows up at the scene, say, for example, a call came in, police officer has the right to take that child away for the safety of the child and ascertain whether things were currently happening, and take the child away, take them to Child Protective Services, protect that child so an investigation can be made and ultimately a report made to the judge. If a judge was so derelict in his duty by granting custody to a convicted pedophile of the same child that he was abusing, then that should be pushed up the chain to the Attorney General's office.
Okay.
And those are the kind of things earlier when I said I will stand side by side with the victims,
right,
as opposed to those who claim to be having lived experiences and that can help the community. I'm not saying that they can't help the community. I'm just saying they shouldn't be arm in arm with law enforcement.
If you have victimized people, and that gives you your lived experience, I understand that
violently.
I totally get that, but you shouldn't be put into a place of, now we're going to try to protect the community after terrorizing it for so long. Now we're going to try to protect it. But as law enforcement, I would think that they should be looking at the victims, as you're saying, because now some of these victims obviously are no longer here, but the ones who are here, who's giving them the support to get out here? Because what I see a lot of times when I see these marches and things like that, I don't see a lot of people that have been victimized. I'm seeing more people that have been predatory in predatory states. You know, we've got more predatory civil rights activists and this, that, the activists than I would ever, because one thing, I mean, if you want to get out and be an advocate, be an activist, that's your business. But you're not a hero. You're not anybody's hero. You're not saving anybody after you've killed somebody. You're just preventing another murder. Because once you're a murderer, you're a murderer. You can never be an ex-murderer. Once you're a rapist, you're a rapist. You can never be an ex-rapist. I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear about the people who have been directly affected with these situations and how do we bring them up. Those other people that committed the crimes and did all that other stuff, I don't need to hear about those people. And
if those people want to help the community, they can help them in different ways. They can help them in churches. They can help them in homeless shelters if they're not pedophiles, things of that nature. There's a lot of things. But at the end of the day, law enforcement leadership should never embrace an individual as their savior when that individual is somebody that tied somebody up, put them on their knees, and put 2 bullets in the back of their head. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't find that appropriate for a law enforcement leader to be grinning in selfies, hand in hand, arm in arm, and creating that as the solution. There's a serious problem with that. Well, and there's a serious problem with people that don't ask questions as to why this is occurring.
Mm-hmm.
So like Shannon says, get in there and you click the button and you vote on it. If you vote one way, don't complain about it later on. But the bottom line is it may sound creative and catchy and phrasy and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, it is a flawed process and insults the victims of every crime. And the victims for years have trying to get more rights and more rights. And we do have bills that support victims' rights, but something's happened. And it's almost happened overnight where somebody's forgotten the victims. And when you not just murder someone, not in a like a domestic argument where you're just so upset, or a jealousy case, or you lose your temper for 1 minute, but you coldly calculated, robbed, tied up, robbed them, put them on their knees and put 2 bullets in the back of their head. I got a problem with that. And if anyone listening, you said it's a sophisticated audience. I've got it.
I don't have an ignorant audience, and most of these people know about this stuff.
What's so important about the audience to hear this is they need to talk about it to their neighbors and to their neighbors and to their neighbors and say,
they fear. Kenny, don't you understand? See, you don't understand this too. You don't understand this. If they know this motherfucker has killed somebody, they know this other dude has raped somebody, don't you think they fear them too? This is why people don't talk. If I'm backed up, if I'm juiced in with the county and shit, I can walk through all these neighborhoods with the endorsement of the sheriff, with the endorsement of his underlings, with the this is why people aren't talking. This is why. It's not just because they don't care. They fear retaliation. Because it ain't gonna be Jerry coming out there. Jerry don't get dirty like that. Derek don't get dirty like that. But if you done deputize motherfuckers who done did 50 years, what happened here?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. It went bad.
Are we still on?
Yeah, you're back in there.
Okay.
I never left.
Well, how about we look at it this way? How about we look at it this way real quick, Shannon? And that is this. It might even be a good time to wrap it up.
Yeah, it is. I just needed you to get. I just needed you to hear.
Got it. And it all gets back to my first question. My very first question.
Yeah.
Do you feel safe?
I feel safe because ain't nobody gonna run up on me.
Right, but audience,
I got women in this chat room, though, Kenny, that don't feel safe.
And that's my point. Do you feel safe? And if you don't feel safe because of A, B, C, D, or E, I want to hear it. I want to know about it. And I'm just going to give you my commitment. I'm going to do everything I can to stop
Monica said it's intimidation in its finest order.
Intimidation with the cover of law enforcement.
Monica doesn't feel safe. She was assaulted by somebody what they would consider a citizen. We're not even one of the people that we're talking about. It's been deputized by the county. She was assaulted by somebody that would be considered just a citizen. And nothing was done about it because it was blocked by one of the cohorts of Jerry. Actually, not even a cohort, a subordinate of Jerry Clayton. It is I don't even want to use the term swamp. It's bad to the point where you got to gut it.
Oh,
you got to
no
gut
question
it
about it.
Washtenaw County right now is a carp. And Washtenaw County is always going to be a carp. But you know what we got to do? We got to get rid of the mud vein, because that's the only way you can really eat a carp.
There's a lot of great analogies you could use. You could say you could throw a bug bomb right in the middle of it and watch all the problems go scurrying around like cockroaches. Molotov cocktail. You just got to do something. You've got to do something. And I have a plan. And you've heard some of it. We're going to get
we'll talk more about it.
Future.
Right.
And I just want to thank you for all your time tonight and for all those questions. And if we didn't get to them, let's get to them next time and tune in. And
one thing I need you to do though, bro, I really need you to understand, you got more people out here pulling for you than you think. And they're pulling for you because tonight they learned something. They've been learning things. You talked and touched people during those 2 parades at 4th of July that you couldn't get to last time. Last time around, you couldn't do that. We were in the middle of COVID. Nobody really wanted to talk to you in 16 because, you know, they whatever. But all that stuff has to go away at some point, you know. And here's the thing. It is the what have you done for me lately time for the people that have been in play. And not hearing anything new from these candidates that you're opposing is telling. And it tells about the lack of experience. And I really like to focus on some of that down the line, but I don't want to push them away because I really want y'all to get on a debate. I want y'all to have a discussion about your plans, because 2 things happen. We're either going to have a great discussion, and I say we because I'm going to try to put it together. And if I don't even need to be the moderator, I just want to be able to facilitate. I want to hear one topic from a community member and have all 3 of you answer it. I want to hear another topic from a community member and have all 3 of you answer, because that's the only way you're really going to get the truth as to who knows what and who don't know shit from Shinola.
That's true.
That's the only way you get it, because Derek can get over here, his echo chamber. Right. Derek can get over here to his echo chamber, and everybody, yeah. Alicia can get over here to her echo chamber. Yeah. You can get to yours. No, pull it all together. And you got enough time to where y'all should have a couple debates, because people change over the campaign time too. A debate now, maybe a debate somewhere right at the beginning of the year, and a debate in the middle of the summer, and give the community a real opportunity to see their growth or lack thereof, what they've experienced, or their lack thereof, what they really know, and are they really about this community? Because right now I'm just hearing the same thing that I've heard for the last 15 years from one guy, and then I'm hearing a lot of new ideas that are kind of unfounded because they're non-policing ideas. Great for social work, great for team building and all types of stuff, but as far as cutting down some crime, so I don't have 16 murders in July next year when I didn't have 16 all of last year and 16 all the year before. Now, I need planning. We talked 5 points here, and I ain't seen none of that. I ain't seen none of that nowhere on anybody else's site. I'm seeing support. I've been seeing donate. You know, I see the Washtenaw County Democratic Party backing a candidate. I see Washtenaw County unofficially. I'm sorry, unofficially.
There are some that are starting to listen and pay more attention.
I get it. So the views of Shannon McFall, Villager on Deck, got it. Appreciate you correcting me. The other situation is, though, this is not a popularity contest. And that's what they're trying to turn it into. They're trying to turn it into a homecoming, prom. You know, this shouldn't be just about popularity. It's got to be about experience, expertise, and planning. And that's the only way that anything works.
And execution.
I mean, I haven't heard anything like your acronym come from anybody else. And I don't care if they copy and paste it from somewhere else. Show me what you want to do different. Don't just show, we got to figure out a better way to police around here. We got to figure out no. All that shit's over, dude. That's over. 16 murders in half the year. And it's not going to get better because ain't nobody doing anything to make it better. Your deputized units that can get into the nooks and crannies of the neighborhood, that ain't working. Putting license plate readers up, this, that, and the other, none of that's going to work. More resources, more programming, more planning, more execution. That's what we need.
And presence.
And presence. Yeah. That's how they good thing. Hopefully everything does not follow the leader. Monica says, thank you for the interview. Yeah, Free, I got you. We got kind of caught up in because I know it's a personal thing with you. So that person that's got the baby, the actual biological mother has no criminal background. How did a rapist and assault a person get custody of a child when the actual biological mother has no? This is something y'all can definitely handle on the back channel, because it's more of an isolated situation.
There's organizations out there too that will stick up for the woman.
Yeah.
And I forget the name of the one organization. There's a woman that had a very similar problem in Washtenaw County.
Right.
I just can't remember her name off the top of my head.
Okay.
But they're out there. They're out there. There are groups that will sit there and try and give you the support that you need.
And at-risk youth, it says he lives in a building that does have all molesters living in it. So he lives in some type of probably halfway house type of situation, or, where they put him in certain areas where sex offenders are known to live there. That's probably not the best place for a child.
No.
Probably not. I'm just saying,
and possibly illegal.
Yeah, and possibly illegal. That's why something needs to be done about that. And why isn't there just a check over there to make sure? Why isn't there because there's no presence, there's no plan, so there's no execution. I like that. That's got to be a part of a stream. Presence, plan, executions. So I appreciate everybody that's checked this out. If you caught the playback and you're here for the 3 hours and 49 minutes, I appreciate you. I'm going to end up having to chop this thing up and we'll break it down once we rewatch it and hear some things, because a lot of this stuff needs to be reheard. But we really didn't have any moments that were filler. This was all execution. You were rapid fire on all your topics. Like I said, we hit traffic violations, thinking outside the badge, tactics, addressing runaways and homeless teenagers. Police accountability and transparency was really the star here tonight. People want the police to be accountable. They want more transparency. Hell, they want to be responded to. When somebody calls you, emails you, they want to be responded to. Monica's emailing, Tamara's calling, nothing. Is this thing on? And I'll be honest, I called today. I literally called the sheriff's office today when I tried to find out some information and couldn't find it out. And all I did was getting pushed around. And when I said, and I don't speak the clearest, I get it, but I was able to say that person's name that I was looking for inside that jail, and they kept telling me I was unclear. The crazy thing was the other person that had called in, they told them they were unclear. So something's wrong with the system.
Well, that's why you have to have like a individual that can ferret through all the bullshit. And like I talked to you about earlier,
right,
and about the woman that called and left a message on Father's Day and never got a call back.
Yeah,
et cetera.
that's Tamara.
There's got to be somebody that's there, and I will have that person. It doesn't have to be a high level $100,000 a year job. It can be someone like her who could, and I don't even know her qualifications, to sit there and say, I don't have the answer, but I'm going to get it for you.
Kenny, what would it take? And this is just me. This is just me. I don't want this job. Just in my meager situation, right over here, I got a county issued desktop. I got a county issued cell phone. Somebody calls, it goes through, it's after hours, they're looking for information. They don't want to just go through the prompts. They want to find out if their loved one or somebody they know is in jail. Why can't that line ring to an auxiliary phone and have a community volunteer be able to shed information to ease someone's conscience? Because this person was really looking for this individual. I guess it's basically a person.
Well, there's no reason why it couldn't happen, number one. And number two is there are such thing as desk sergeants.
Okay.
The people that are supervisors on duty that can answer a lot of those questions after hours as well.
Okay.
It all depends on what leadership dictates. If leadership says, I want you to be more responsive to the community, I don't want to get calls saying you didn't answer your phone or you let it go into the answering service, just show me that you responded. They might not have liked your response, but just show me that you responded, because there's nothing worse than being ignored when you're trying to do something and you're speaking to a government agency. And those prompts, you could press the buttons, and a lot of them would spell out the word "I'm ignoring," the phrase "I'm ignoring
right,
you."
Right.
So I would like to point something out real quick too, and that is on the website that you've spoke about, Magee 4, and the number, that's the number 4, not spelled out, just 4.
You mind me putting it up
No,
here?
no, go right ahead. You'll find my contact information on there, including my phone number. And the second thing I want to bring up is that on August 3rd in Chelsea, Michigan, because that's where I live now. I've lived in Ann Arbor, I've lived in Ypsilanti, and my wife and I moved out to Chelsea a handful of years ago. On August 3rd from 6 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock at night, we're having a fundraiser, get to know us, breakout campaign kickoff party at a place called the Valiant Restaurant. It's kind of a sports bar and grill, but we've got spaces there. We'll be providing hors d'oeuvres, and there is an admission fee for some. And you know what? There's not an admission fee, meaning if you don't have the money, I still want you to come. So we'll take care of that on that front. My point is this: it's not always about the money. My candidate or my opponents, they work very hard on raising money, and that's something, if I had to find a fault in myself, that's what it is. I don't like asking people for money. So it's kind of a difficult type of thing to do fundraising as a political candidate. My two opponents have no problems asking people for money. For me, it's more of a problem and something that I need to improve on. But that's my issue. But you're invited August 3rd, 6 o'clock on a Thursday night at the Valiant. And also, I'm available. I come to Ypsilanti all the time. I was here 4 times in the last 4 days. I come to Ann Arbor. I come to Ypsi Township. I come to Milan. I go to Manchester. I'm all over the place. And I will come and meet with you. You want to put together a local neighborhood gathering for me to chat in your living room or at a picnic table in a park? I don't care. You call me. You put together a small group of people. And what's a small group of people? 1 or more. I'll be there. Thank you very much, Shannon, for letting me put that on.
Appreciate that. I mean, and I guess my big thing for you at this point is trying to get this point across to people over and over. And it has to happen in arenas like that. It can't just happen here. It can't just happen at your kickoff. I mean, hell, one of the candidates has had 2 kickoffs. I don't know how many more launches and kickoffs, but when you're well resourced, I guess you can continue to have kickoff
and that's
parties.
why I'm really hoping that many of the people listening tonight get hold of me and say, come to my community,
Sure,
come to my neighborhood,
sure,
come to my house, or meet me at this coffee shop, or whatever the case may be. I'll be there. I'm available. I guarantee you. Dawn's already talked to you about that in the write-ups there.
Stand by your man.
She says,
I get it.
I'm always there. And
I get it.
Sometimes it's taking me away from family functions or whatever, but that's okay. She understands it. I understand it, because for the last time, presence. And thank you. Yeah.
I appreciate you coming. Because like I said, I've never had anybody in this studio to do a side-by-side in studio. So the interview, I think, turned out to what I wanted to be. It was a discussion. And it was also a soapbox session. I wanted it to be a soapbox session. I wanted you to be able to get up and really tell people who you were. I feel like you've been cut off at that so many times. I see you out there drowning in some of these posts. That's why I said, man, stop that shit. Don't even try arguing with certain people about things, because for one, half of them are still back in 2016. He ran as a Republican, and that's the way they're answering you on some of these posts. The other people, they're already predetermined as to who they're going to support. So leave them alone as well. Who you're seeking is the people who want change in this county. Because frankly, Kenny, some people think ain't shit wrong in this county. That's the crazy thing about this. Some people think there's absolutely nothing that needs to be wrong, so they're going to continue to vote the same way they've been voting. So they're going to vote the one guy in because he works for the person who's in now. The other people that don't want to arrest nobody, that just want to say, you know what, we got to do better. We got to do better. We know you committed a crime, but just do better next time. Do better at what? Everybody's starting to sound like Ethan Crumley's parents and shit. Don't get caught, Ethan. Don't get caught. They could have took that boy out of that school that day. He had the gun in his backpack, but they had bought him the gun. They had facilitated it. They knew about the scribes and all that shit, him talking about doing people in. They knew he had the gun. They had looked it through their house. They knew he had that gun in school. They're complicit. Therefore, they need to do every day that Ethan's going to do. And that's what's going to happen here if we keep just passing the buck. No, we got to start with the family. And I like the way the state's working their case right now. Now, we're going to hold y'all accountable too. Keep your ass in prison. They were not on the premises, on the school property when he killed him, but they had been there. And they could have took him out and took him home. And you know what we'd have right now? Not an Oxford shooting. They chose to leave him there. That's why they're complicit. So anybody that's dealing with the situations currently you're complicit. That's why you got to go too. And anybody that doesn't think that people that commit crimes are criminals, you got to go too. Because I'm hearing that more and more. People are complicit with criminals, violent, aggravated criminals.
At the highest levels.
It's just ridiculous. So, damn, we getting out of here. 1:30 before 4 hours. I used to do radio shows at 4 hours. This is great. This is
MageeForSheriff.com.
Just put it in there.
August 3rd. Check out the website. Get a hold of me. Shannon, thank you very much.
What's the place called? The Valiant?
The Valiant. It's also owned by the same individual that owns the Brown Jug in downtown Ann Arbor.
Oh, nice. Oh, what am I doing here? What do I got here?
And not only thank you, Shannon, but thank you to all of the individuals out there that took that time to listen. It was a long 4 hours, but
see, I thought it was a quick 4 hours. No, you said it was a long 4 hours. It was a long
4 hours for them. For us, we're engaged. We're sitting here.
What city is the Valiant in?
It's in Chelsea.
Okay, in Chelsea.
And,
in Chelsea.
And we're sitting here engaged. We're having a very interesting dialogue and a good conversation. I would say a great conversation, but when you're talking about kids dying, people getting shot, people dying of drug overdoses, corruption, you name it, how can that really be a great conversation?
It was a pertinent conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm hoping it's going to be a fruitful conversation. But whenever we're talking about murder and mayhem against our community members, it's definitely not a great conversation. Yeah, but I think it was a pertinent conversation. And I want to see people engaged on your site. I want to see people engaged in where they see you.
Glad you brought that up. Facebook, there is a Ken Magee for Sheriff Facebook page. Thank you very much.
You do have that now?
Yeah, I've had it for a long time.
Well, you had it for a long time, but you were going to update it for 24. Did you update it for 24?
Yes. Ken and the website as well.
I got you.
Ken Magee for Sheriff is the Facebook. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight. And we'll catch you out there. Okay.
Appreciate. Yeah. We really don't know how to end these streams. I still haven't figured out exactly how to end the stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this up here and it'll minimize us a little bit and we'll take that out. And we're still
an executive leadership decision saying good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Appreciate y'all.
You know, this revolution is filled with so many ironies, really. First, you tell us that it is manly to keep your word, right? If you are a man, you keep your word. And now all of the black people in this country are demanding, and even the black people in the whole world are demanding, is that you keep your word. You told us we were free. Well, then show us that we're free. You told us that there is justice, equality for all in this country. Well, then stick to your word and let us see the justice and equality for all. Or else admit to us that you're not a man, you're a word, you're afraid of us, you're afraid to give us equal stand. You're afraid that if you give us equal ground, that we will match you and we will override you.